along there where you've got Sally Conway, also a bronze medal at the World Championships, Olympic bronze medalist, and those that will be challenging along the way. Scacimaro of Germany, Brazilian, just recently took a silver medal, so she's on form and really, really buzzing. A couple of youngsters in the under 70 kilos. Bilande of Italy, junior world champion, and started off the year so well in Tel Aviv with a gold medal. A youngster that's doing extremely well throughout this year in the World Tour, has really started to mature and come to form. In the men's, we have again another fine lineup. In the under 73s, we've got Orejov, who's the #1 seed in the under 73s. Now, looking at the Azerbaijans, we also have Hedorov, but he's now moved into the 81 kilo category. Now, possibly this is a move into the new weight after the World Championships, where Orejov took the silver medal in the World Championships, is the Olympic silver medalist and also Masters bronze. Now there's some fine records there from Orejov, and most probably that you found that Hedorov is now thinking, is it a possibility that I may not get to the Olympic Games? Well, I think there is a possibility of that not happening. So he's making that bid to go into the 81s, I believe, and try and get a place in that team for Azerbaijan at the Olympic Games. Well, he's got a couple of sort of tough competition here today in the 81s, and he will be challenged with the likes of Ressel of Germany, who started again at the beginning of the year with a gold medal, one of my top favorites, someone that I've felt has progressed so nicely. So we're now started the competition, and here we have Brazilian of Italy in the white, another athlete who's Olympic champion, moved up into the 73 kilo category. He's up against the Kazakhstan Smagulov. Now this is a really tough first match for the Italian Fabio Basili, and but he's got that sort of flair of confidence about him that won't faze him, even though it is the opening round of the tournament. As you can see, he blocking that Uchimata attempt from the Kazakhstan. Fabio, as you can see, working off that sleeve at first, a little bit cagey, trying to break free of Smagulov's grasps there. As you can see, he's drawing his head down, making him look a little bit passive in the opening minute and a half of this. Looking a little bit frustrated. I thought that gong was going off in my head. It was so loud.
We were having some problems with the volume, but apparently no longer.
Well, I don't know, the background of that gong nearly went through my brain. Fabio,
anyway.
Oh, Basili there with the drop Cianagi, lost control there, landing onto his rear. Got to be careful there, because Kazakhstan will capitalise in the Niwaza if he leaves himself too vulnerable on the ground.
On tatami 1, in white for Slovakia,
Smagulov, right,
India,
high collar grip. Basili coming in with the Ochigari.
In white for Hungary, Umvari Miklos. In blue for Italy, Giovanni Esposito.
Well, as we did look at that lineup in the opening, we really did realize this was going to be not one of the easiest matches for either one of these athletes. Very tall order, and sadly only one of them is going to get through, and it'll be an early exit for the other one, and that'll be very disappointing for the high quality athletes we're seeing right now battling away against each other. And as you can see that Basile with an IGF judogi, so obviously he failed his judogi going through onto the tatami. So again, that's when you're in the zone preparing and warming up in your kit, and then go through the judogi control to find that you have to replace it because it fails the criteria, then that's a little bit of
for India.
Makes it so uncomfortable and takes you out of that sort of competitive sort of brainwave that you tend to have as you're ready and preparing, and all those boxes are ticked, and then to find that that thought process has just gone out the window because you're having to now quickly change a gi and come to something that one doesn't feel like it's your own, and it isn't, and that it's cold and most probably not a good fit. Smagalov though is now in a good position here. He's just taken a wazari. And perfect. Well, Fabio Basile can wag that finger as much as he wants to, but he got thrown for a wazari and is out in the first round. Well, the Olympic champion should know better, and was warned quite clearly that they accept what's happening. He does leave the mat, and obviously very frustrated in himself, and he's got to be frustrated in himself and nobody else. He got caught, and that's it. And but it'd be interesting to see if that had actually affected him, taking having to replace his gi with an IGF one through the judogi control.
What time during the contest did he
right to the end,
give up the score?
Very close to the end. Now in the white we have Bessie, and in the blue El Maserati. Staying with the 73 kilo category.
Half the contest gone. Cedric Bessie of Monaco and Ahmed El Meziati of Morocco. There's no score between the pair. It's El Meziati who's picked up the single Shiro. And then on the adjoining mats, well, you can see on the top, along the top of the screen there, the scores on mat 2 and on mat 1. Well, it may be better to say the lack of any scores, because in none of those contests have you got a score, of Bessie almost catching El Meziati there on the way out. Still just the single Shiro against El Meziati as we come to a minute left. And now they both pick up penalties. That puts El Meziati on a second penalty with a minute left to go. Oh, a strong effort from El Meziati there.
Tatami 2 in white for Mexico.
And now Bessie picks up his second penalty. It was El Meziati almost with the Osodagari. And now looking to go left-sided, and then with the Sitemiwaza as well. Well, neither fighter able to come up with a score during the regular time, or regulation time, so we're going to have a period of golden score now. El Meziati looking to go over on the left there with the Sitemiwaza. That didn't come off. Bessie's going to have to attack now. Can't afford to be second best. Uchimata almost catching Meziati.
And in blue for Belarusia, Yusuf Bekmurzaev.
That was a good effort from Bessie with the Uchimata.
On tatami 2. In white for Uzbekistan, Tiet Matlivor Turayev. In blue for Albania, John Vrenotsi.
Good grip here from Mesiati. Hasn't been able to use it, however. Bessie needing to come up with an attack, and he does left-sided with that Nippon Seoinage. Look for the counter there, did Bessie. That's what put him on his back. Chance here for Bessie, and a really nice Koji Gaki. Just didn't have the strength to hold him off any longer, Ahmed El Mesiati.
In white for Germany, Timo Cavenius. In blue for Great Britain, Stuart McQuad.
That was a tough one. Both fighters were completely drained at the end. But it was Bessie of Monaco who came out on top. Okay. See what we've got coming up next. Zabo Friges of Hungary goes up against Eric Ham of Great Britain. It'll be Zabo in the white judogi, Ham in blue. We can go with that. Would like to get his hands freed up, Eric Ham. Yep. Well, there was an attempted shimiwaza from Friges that went across the face of Eric Ham, and there was also a bit of pressure on the neck. Got a reset here now, Eric Ham.
Anthony Zing. In blue for the People's Republic of China, Zing Daga.
Really try and get past that sleeve grip as well. Can't come up with any really strong attacks once you've got your hand trapped the way that Ham has. Nice Yoko Tomoenagi there from Friges. Zabo Friges puts Ham down onto his side. Well, the first half of the contest has belonged to Szabo. Ham's been roughed up a little bit, and now he's given up the score. Going to try and get back into this now. He tries his own Tomoenagi. Now on the arm. Lost it. That didn't look too clever, did it, from Ham? He got away with it. Sorry, from Szabo, he was the one who came up with the attack at the end. Looks a little bit like escaping to me. Right, a little more than half a minute left to go. Time running out here for Eric Ham. Got to go now. First time that he's been able to settle on a grip for any length of time. That's it now, I'm afraid. Well, a really bruising battle, I'm afraid, for Eric Ham, and he comes off second best this time round. Szabo it is who goes into round two. Coming up next, Denis Iyatsev of Russia. He goes up against Georgi Chekhalidze of Georgia. It's Iyatsev in the white judogi, Chekhalidze in blue. Iyatsev has been quite good when he's been in Abu Dhabi in the past. We've seen him put away quite a few good fighters, or at least he's put fighters away in a really stylish manner. Attractive looking thrower when he gets going.
In blue for Hungary, Ungvari Attila.
Single Shido against the Georgian at the moment. As I say, Yartsev can be a really dangerous thrower. Got an attractive looking feint, and he comes around the back for the Nidan Kosodagari. Tonio Toshi sometimes. It's that little feint at the beginning that really gets you going. Chikhalidze just slowing him down for the moment as he works out how to get past that strong upper body that the Georgian is presenting at the moment.
On Tatami 2, in white for Peru, Alonso Wong. In blue for the United Arab Emirates, Viktor Sortov.
Well, slightly bent over. Chikhalidze, he'd like to get his head up if he can, but Yartsev is not going to make that any easier than he needs to. Better grip now from Chikhalidze, but he's still got his head bent over and he's going to pick up a penalty. They give him a moment to tie his gi up, but I'm sure that before they get back underway, he'll pick up the penalty. For me, it was the overly defensive posture, yeah. Like that one. There he comes, he's got himself close in, but it's Yartsev who manages to come up with the turn. Chikhalidze had decided, oh, I'm going to give this a go here. But, you know, a player of Yartsev's experience, he's been up against fighters like Chikhalidze before, over a number of years, so he's not going to get suckered into that.
On Tatami 3, in white for Brazil, Marcelo Contini. In blue for the Philippines, Kaisa Nakano.
We can stay here and have a look at the contest between Marcelo Contini of Brazil. He's up against Keisai Nakano of the Philippines. It's Contini in the white judo gi, Nakano in blue. Early days yet. Still round one. We've got plenty of time. 73 kilo category. Rustam Orozhov is the #1 seed. I'm sure that we've had a few fights in Pool A already.
Well, when you actually look at Pool A, that's an awesome pool. It's going to be so hard. There's some excellent performers. how did David Lima, I remember we saw him in Brasilia, he performed so well. He was an outstanding star.
He lost to Salvador Casas Roca of Spain. It will be Casas Roca to go up against Orozhov in the second round. So, unfortunately for David Lima, he went out first round.
That's the shame, because he got silver in Brasilia. He had a great performance there.
In white for Thailand, Masayuki Terada. In blue for Italy, Christian Parlati.
Well, Contini looking for an opportunity in the Newaza.
Yeah, he lost out to Magushkov in the final, didn't he?
Yes.
David Lima. That was a good run. Benjamin Axis, Tommy Macias, Giovanni Esposito, Neil Stump, and then he lost out to Musa Magushkov. That was a good run. There's some good fighters in there.
He took out the #1 seed in that event.
Yeah, Tommy Macias.
Yeah.
And then lost out to Magushkov. That was a good run.
Yeah. He was very impressive. Someone that stuck in my mind in Brazil, that he gave a good performance.
And the aforementioned Giovanni Esposito lost out to Ungvari Miklos in round 1. It'll be Ungvari to go up against Araujo of Mexico, Eduardo Araujo. So Orozhov and Casas Roca, Ungvari and Araujo, and then it'll be Kikmatilog Turayev of Uzbekistan to go up against Qing Daga of China. That's the first round 2 contests. We're watching, who is it that we've got here? Marcello Contini and Nakano Keisei of the Philippines. Tommy Macias, the number 2 seed, has a bye.
Yes, that's
into round 2. He'll go up against Jansei Smagolov, who we saw in the opening contest defeat Fabio Basile. And then
that was a good match.
It'll be Bessie over Jabo. And whoever wins this one between Contini and Nakano will face Denis Yartsev.
And that will be Marcello Contini of Brazil that will meet Yartsev in the next round. Well, 57 athletes are participating in the under-73s, and as my colleague has already mentioned, some very, very strong athletes participating here in Abu Dhabi.
On tatami 2.
Well, representing Georgia, Jordan is Elia Salman in the white, and the People's Republic of Korea, Kim. Nice start there from Kim. Made light work of that match and swiftly takes himself through to the next round of this under 73 kilos. Now he'll be up against the winner of the next match that's coming up very soon, and that was Nunes dos Santos, Luxembourg, and he'll be up against Igor Banket of Germany. Well, they've taken the Ippon out and they've downgraded it to Wazari. So Kim has to continue, but already a great start. And again, that was just like putting a little bit of salt on the wound. After getting the first Ippon downgraded to Wazari, he made sure that it wasn't soon after he got the second score, which gave him the final win.
For Luxembourg, Claudio Núñez dos Santos. Blue for Germany, Igor Waldke.
Seoinage using the Ashiwaza at the back end of that. Good combination there. Vanquet working to the edge of the contest area, putting Nunes Santos under a little bit of pressure there. Enough pressure to pick up a Judo for that. So changes the dynamic slightly in this contest. Just 25 seconds into the competition, and already was a Judo on the board, which starts accumulating them so early. Vanquet with a cross grip, tries to draw his opponent's left sleeve. He comes under for a Yoko Kataguruma variation. Nunes works for the Niwaza with the Sangaku tie-up there. Wasn't able to maintain the grip there, but good transition, very sharp. Well, good. Seoinage there. Sadly, lost a little bit of control there, just at the back end of that technique. But now looks for an opportunity in the Niwaza, but the strong defences of Nunes dos Santos meant there was just a little bit of time wasting, and the referee acknowledged that, calling a halt to what was going on in the ground. But we're just past the halfway mark now.
On Tatami 2, in white for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Sulaiman Hamad. In blue for India, Vishal Rui.
Nunes with that lifeline grip on the lapel. Maneuvers his judo round that lapel grip, but once again finds himself in a little bit of a predicament in the Niwaza. As you can see, Vanquet trying to punish him down in the Niwaza, digging in there for the Shimiwaza. Well, 1.5 minutes remaining. There's only one Judo on the board that divides these athletes. Well, you sort of get an impression that a slight bit of frustration is coming out of the camp of Vanquet. He's comes in with the Seoinage, and again he tries to persevere with that, rotating right through the back, but lost the momentum as he went down into the Niwaza positioning. And once more attempts to open up in the Niwaza, but strong defenses of Nunes dos Santos is becoming more and more frustrating. But Nunes has got to put in a couple of attacks now. There's been 2 or 3 strong attacks coming from Vanquet, and what he doesn't want to do is pick up that second Judo. Into the last minute now, 46 seconds remaining. And this match could possibly go into the golden score. Vanquet working his opponent to the edge of the contest area, just to add that little bit more pressure on his opponent, and I think it seemed to work there because he dropped out of sight. It was a bit of a false attack, and I think, well, he's been let off the hook there on that one, but it didn't look good from this angle. Vankit advancing onto his opponent. Santos backpedaling slightly and straight off to the mat area, and he will pick up a Shido for that.
On tatami 1, in white for the Ivory Coast, Kalonji Mbui.
Well, 2 Shidos down, seconds remaining in this contest before we enter into the golden score. A lovely Ashiwaza just for that little finish. Vankit starting to look more and more confident out there now. But he has to really put his frustrations to one side. At the moment, I think the sort of his head's overpowering his ability through the frustration. But Sutemi was her attempt there, as he now once again, this time, gets right under the core of his opponent as he digs in now for the shimiwaza. Looking for that choke. Maneuvers to expand an opening there with the chin to come up, exposing the chin. Hoping, looking for that shimiwaza. Vankit with the high collar grip. Bit of a desperate move there from Nunes, trying hard to stay involved in this contest. He's lost a little bit of onus in the past couple of minutes against Vankit. Up at the beginning, he started off so strong, but now that's starting to deplete as the minutes tick away. An attempt of an Ojigari, but it was just a show, and Vankit, with the upper body control, manages to counter him and get that Wazari and the win that's more important, taking him through to the second round of this under 73 kilos. He'll be up against Kim, the People's Republic of Korea, in that second round match, so we look forward to seeing him a little bit later on.
On tatami 1, in white for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Abdullah Al-Bari. In the blue, Judo for India, Nilesh.
Well, now representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Abali in the white, and representing India in blue, Balhara. Well, the one thing that I've noticed in the past year or so, the Indians are doing extremely well on the world circuits, not only with the men but also the women, and they are becoming real contenders and are picking up some results along the way. So this is definitely a match you couldn't write off for either one of these athletes. Balhara, obviously, was wearing the IJF kit, obviously went through the judogi control and failed, which means they have to exchange their gi for one of the IJF kits, and consequently means that they have no coach at mat side. This was quite obvious yesterday. right at the beginning of the tournament, there was so many athletes that came out in the first exchange, in the first rounds, without a coach or wearing the IGF gis. Very, very strict in judogi control, and rightly so. And it means that the athlete, if the gi comes out of the belt, there's so much more maneuvering of the judogi that it makes it very, very difficult for their opponent to get a real firm grip and control of their opponent if the gi's all over the place. Plus, it's the amount of time wasting that goes on when the athlete has to fix their gi, present themselves in a better fashion. And this was very obvious in the World Championships and also in Brazil. Frustrating waiting for an athlete. And especially, it's hard for them because, especially when they're fighting for, especially going into golden score, and sometimes it can be on the mat for about 5 or 6 even more minutes. After a while, the arms become, the lactic acid that burns up into the arms means that it really becomes so difficult to fix your gi, which is taking time. So you not only feel for the athlete having to dress themselves, but this could be solved, and this is what they're looking at. It can be solved by the gi fitting them more correctly. Well, a lovely counter there, and a Wazari scored there for Bahara of India. So that puts him in a lead, and he'll be quite comfortable with that. But he's still got 1 minute and 20 seconds to work from that. His opponent's got 2 Shidos, so it's not looking too good for Abali. As again, once more, he finds himself on the receiving end of the Sangaku turnover. And trying to, most important, is it got to tie those legs up. And as you can see, they're a little bit untidy. He's not digging in and capturing the arm and the head at the same time to get that ultimate control before maneuvering. Well, this is a little bit better. But what you can see is both hands are in there, which widens the gap slightly and makes it much more comfortable, and for Abali to protect his neck. Hence the reason that maneuver didn't work. Balhara, you can see that right hand on the lapel. He's got, tends to take a double lapel grip and works both left and right. Good exchange from different directions. Makes it harder to predict from his opponent on which way he's going to go. And with a double lapel grip, he leaves his options wide open. He's got the high collar grip, drawing his opponent, Abali, down. This time, Abali comes over with the left hand, trying to wrap up the right side of his opponent, but sadly, the effort was only short-lived. Well, Bahara takes the win, and he'll go through into the second round. Sadly for Abali, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, he's out in the first round, but there was a good experience there to be gained up against a strong opponent from India.
On tatami 3, in white for Estonia, Oscar Bertelsson. In blue for the United Arab Emirates, Khalifa Al-Hosani. On tatami 2, in white for Georgia, Pidron Gigani. In blue for Samoa, William Taiti.
Now, staying with the under-73s on the first round, we've got Pettersson of Estonia in the white. Al-Hosani with United Arab Emirates in the blue gi. Well, as we know, as Pettersson, a very experienced athlete on the world circuit.
On Tatami 2, in white for Belarusia, Vasim Shoha. In blue for Egypt, Mohamed Mayovi.
Well, Al-Hosani picks up his second Judo, and we're only into the first minute of the competition, which means that it's looking very unlikely that Al-Hosani is going to get through to the end of this contest. Pettersson nicely maneuvers his opponent through in the Niwaza, looking for the Osakomi. Al-Hosani, 20 years of age, from the United Arab Emirates.
On Tatami 2, in white for Tajikistan, Behrusi Goyazoda. In blue for Mongolia,
Just coming out of the junior category and has a few junior Asian Cup medals. Has competed on the world circuits last year. No medal, but experience has been gained. Pettersson with the Wazari, and now 2 minutes, 2 seconds remaining. Pettersson, I'm not quite sure, he's just waiting anxiously, and he, as you can see, gets his third and final Shido, and that was for pulling out his gear, but not an intentional thing to do. But as we see, a lot of these athletes do pick up some habits, and some of the habits are either protecting the lapel, using their hand to do so, which is looking like it's a defensive action, trying to avoid their opponent taking hold. And the other one is opening up the gi and making it too loose, and maybe detracting the gi from their opponent. So it's a habit he's just got to try and get out of.
Well, his first problem was in not tidying up his gi from the first exchange. That
yes.
came out, and Vasily Smolin was about to call Hajime, but he saw that the player hadn't put his gi back in. He just left it for a second, and then he told him. So once that had happened, he was already on a warning, because the next one he had to give him a Shido. So it wasn't long before he piled them up. And I know it sounds like an odd thing to be talking about, that we should be talking about Shidos for not tidying up your gi, but his gi actually was on the right on the limit, was really quite short.
Yes.
And a lot of them have been, you know, asked to change their gis. Once that gi comes out, it becomes much more difficult to control your opponent. So they don't want you to have a short gi, and they want you to tidy it up in order that your opponent has the best possible chance of executing, you know, proper waza. And that wasn't the case there. You had a pretty short gi, and it kept coming out.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing a lot of athletes actually wearing the IJF gis, aren't they? And coming out without their
coach.
which is sometimes quite hard in the first rounds, especially with some of the less experienced athletes. Well, Hosani, I think, is one of these athletes that just needs to be a bit more clued up on the competition rules.
I think I've just heard Hidarov's name mentioned as coming onto the mat.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one to see, to be honest.
Mat 1.
Yeah, because this is a move up, and I think it's a bid for an Olympic place in a new weight category.
So they're going to have a look at that?
Yes, I think it'd be interesting to see how he starts off, because he is a real contender, but he's an unknown in the 81 kilos.
Right, let's see if we can go down to mat number 1 then. We'll pick up the action between Ruslan Musayev of Kazakhstan. He's up against Hidayat Hidarov of Azerbaijan. It's Musayev in the white judogi, Hidarov in blue. We joined the contest with just a few seconds gone, the first half a minute. There's no score.
Well, a lot of people will be wondering why he's just moved up, and I don't think it's because of weight control. I think it's just because Orizhov, who's the teammate in the same weight category, picked up a silver medal at the World Championships. He's Olympic silver medalist, and also in the Masters was a bronze medalist last year. So with those results under your belt, it's going to be difficult to get past him for a place at the Olympic Games. And I think he's now most probably thinking, well, I want to get to the Games. How do I do it? And that move up is most probably a very wise thing to do. I think he's had some amazing results in the under 73s, but this is one of the. I think this is the first time I've seen him fight in the 81 kilo division. Always difficult in that transition into a new category, but sometimes it can be very positive for the athlete because he's an unknown and unexpected. So I sense that although he was one of my top favourites for a medal coming in the under 73s, I still feel that he's definitely got potential to be on that podium here today. Well, it is a battle of the Kumikata. Hedorov coming in with on that lapel grip, tries to turn in for the Sianagi, blocks the Tomonagi attempt there from the Kazakhstan. Musayev takes the second Shido now, so it's a 2-1. We're just coming up to the halfway mark. Hedorov will feel a slight difference in the weight change as far as the strength is concerned and the style of athletes that he'll come across. But he's coping well. The first match out here in the first round of this competition. But he picks up his second Shido for a false attack. He gave away some valuable percentages there when that second Shido went up for Musayev. Oh, nicely executed. Variation of Katakaruma. A great ippon and a good start for the Azerbaijan.
On tatami 1 in white for Toto, Sasha Denanio. In blue for Iceland, Sveinbjorn Jura.
Right, looking around to see what we've got coming up next. I think let's go back to mat 2 if we can. I say go back, but we haven't been there actually, but we can go to mat 2. Bezuri Khojazoda of Tajikistan is up against Sendochir Sogbata of Mongolia. It's Khojazoda in the white judogi, Sendochir in blue. We're already into the golden score period. Khojazoda has picked up 2 penalties, Sendochir just the one. It may not necessarily be the most attractive of contests, but we're going to have a look at it anyway, and we're going to follow this with Barbara Matic and Gemma Howell.
Khojazoda, they're working nicely in the Niwaza. Sendochir just managing to escape the grasps of his opponent. We're into golden score now. So they've been battling away for almost 6 minutes. Definitely a first match to expand the lungs. Sianagi attempt there from the Mongolian as he works his opponent towards the edge of the contest area. A Taitoshi exchange, working it through onto a Makakomi. Nice couple of strong attacks there from the Mongolian. Khojazoda now has to come back with 1 or 2 of his own techniques, but picks up now a second Shido. So this is 2 apiece. Sutemiwaza attack there.
Yeah, on the board.
It was enough to get him that score. That was a really interesting match, very tough first round match. Sendochir takes the win and a place in the second round.
On tatami 2, the first round for women under 70 kilograms. In white for Croatia, Barbara Matic. And in blue for Great Britain, Gemma Howell.
Right, we've got the first round of the under 70 kilo category about to get underway now. Barbara Matic of Croatia faces Gemma Howell of Great Britain. It'll be Matic in the white judogi, Howell in blue.
Well, this is going to be quite an interesting match. Tough first round match for both these athletes.
Tatami 3 in white for Australia, Kelvin Knoester.
A good year.
In blue for Turkey, Bilo Siboku.
In the latter part of 2019, with a couple of gold medals back to back, and in Brasilia picked up the bronze medal there. A real consistent athlete, strong performer, very, very aggressive approach to every contest that she participates in. Barbara Matic, we know, is a really experienced athlete in this weight category. Has got some nice skills when she's allowed to get 2 hands on her opponent, and that's going to be difficult against Howell. And here we have Howell working away in the Niwaza, and that's one of her fortes. Very, very strong in the ground, as you can see, driving and trying to rotate her opponent, levering on that arm. Matic picks up the first Shido in the first minute of this contest. It's a slight height advantage over Howell. Howell works on the sleeves for a Sodi, what looked to be a Sodi attempt, but fell short on that. She's got to be careful on how quickly she drops under her opponent and make it look a very positive move rather than a negative attack. Matic catches the head there for a Koshiguruma style attack, and Howell straight into the Niwaza once more as she digs in. Looks for the shimiwaza and now starts to rotate over. Good positioning, opening up her opponent and allowing more space to maneuver. Howell straight away on that sleeve. Takes the lapel as well to control. Works for the Sodi. Follows down into the Niwaza again, digging in, looking for an opening. Macic defending as well as she can. Well, she's playing with fire when she goes down into the ground against Howell. Well, Macic needs to take advantage of that height. She's got those long legs that can come in. She's got a good uchimata as well. And she's very, very strong when she gets the high collar grip. At the moment, Howell is working well with the sleeves, which is causing a few frustrations there for Barbara Macic. Macic turns the hip. As you can see, the hands all being tied up there, which gives her very little upper body control as Howell comes through with the hips, sidestepping the forward attack from Barbara, who's now trying desperately to get off the contest area as part of her defense. Now we're into the last minutes now, and so far it's been Howell that's dominated the pace in which this contest has been driven. 3 minutes of non-stop working with the sleeves and putting the Sodi attacks and also the Niwaza transition. Barbara Macic really needs to start stepping up again. She's 2 shidos down. Hooks in with the Uchimata combination, but again, as you can see, there was no upper body control, there was no breaking of the balance, which allowed no finish. Macic tries to bring that arm over the top. Howell controls the sleeves once more, works from those sleeve grips, and she does that so well. Macic taking a little bit time now. She has the lapel and sleeve, but fails to get past the defences, and it was very obvious it was a very strong defence, and Howell picks up the first shido for that. Macic comes over the top. Now, that's the first time she's managed to get deep on the back of Howell. Howell was very uncomfortable with that, and her major reaction, dropped to the ground and picks up the second shido. So this evens it all up. But now Macic, like I said, is playing with fire, but oh my goodness, she was lucky there. The time ran out just at that crucial point of Howell finishing off Macic. Barbara over there with the high collar. Oh, what a finish. Lovely as she was there. Fantastic. Well, it looked like a bit of a sasai from the high collar grip, drawing down on the head, and instead of showing the Ochi Uchimata, she switched direction completely for the sasai. What a nice finish there, and Gemma really didn't see that one coming.
The first round for women under 70 kilograms in white for Australia, Ayov Coughlin. And in blue for Chinese Taipei, Shang Liu Yu.
Now we're staying with the under 70 kilos first round. We've got Korea in the white, Yu, and representing Russia in blue, Kuriva. You looking for the left hand high collar grip. She has also the lapel grip, captures that head, controls it nicely, drawing down on the Russian's head and bending her over to the heights as she reaches up, trying to draw that head down to her own heads. Getting that eye-to-eye contact. The danger is reaching high without dominating the movement of the Russian. Kariva with the 1 Shido on the board. Coming up to 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. You trying to get past the defences. Well, she managed in the earlier minute of the contest to dominate with that powerful high collar grip. Kariva cross grips, comes round the back. She's still got that cross grip and she has to do something with it. She comes round the back there. She's got control under, now gets in slightly deeper, looking for what seemed to be the hip throw, but then found herself on the receiving end of the Harai Makakomi. Russian picks up the 2nd Shido now. We've just gone past the halfway mark. You keeping the pressure on, breaks the grip. As she breaks it, comes in for the Kosota. Nice combination of move, but it was that break off. That gives the break off that gives you the first Shido now, with 1.5 minutes remaining. No score as yet. The Korean closest to scoring throughout this contest with that Harai Makakomi that we saw just earlier on. Kariva straight into the Niwaza transition, trying to rotate her opponent over. You traps the leg to avoid getting turned over onto her back.
Tatami 1, in white for Kuwait, Abdullah Al-Khuzam.
Dida Hamza, by the way, has just defeated Henry Egotidze of Portugal down on mat 1. Good win for Dida Hamza.
That is a good win. Well, the battle continues with 1/2 minute remaining. Kariva, 2 Shidos on the board to you with 1. I've actually been quite impressed this year of the performances of the women's Russian team. They seem to be coming strong again with some in the lightweights, especially. A program that they're obviously working to, that's starting to show some successes. It's always a country that's always produced fine young athletes from cadet and junior level. And it seemed to come to the seniors, it seemed to be depleted, considering the base, the foundation that the Russian women had. But that's all starting to change now. But this Korean is still giving Kariva a bit of a run around here with another Seoinage movement. Kariva defended well enough, but now has to put one or two attacks in herself. Cannot afford to make any mistakes in this golden score. As you can see, two Shidos, one more would result in the disqualification. Hans Sokumaki. You stepping across one direction, then switches to the opposite side for the Seoinage. The right side being the strongest for her. A little bit of a show to the left. High collar grip. Kariva attempts to come in with the Seoinage, but as you can see, that left hand that is across the back of the head there, tightly controlled on her collar, is causing just one or two problems for her. Well, she walked onto that Seoinage and you continuing to drive it through. Kariva manages to defend, but that's what she was doing, defending. She allowed you in too many times, and for the referee, it was one too many. So the third and final Shido goes to Kariva. A disqualification in the first round, and Yu goes through to the second. Sadly for Kariva, she's out of the competition. And she'll be disappointed with that, but she was up against someone that cleverly had her number in that last round.
And on tatami 3, in white for Denmark, Emily So. And in blue for Germany, Giovanna Scocimado.
Bukarest of Germany in the white now. Sogochi of Mongolia in the blue. A nice Uchimata entry there, but as you could see, that right arm just lost control of the high collar grip. Tried to sort of finish it off with a makikomi, but with the block, didn't get the final rotation at the back end of the entry. But a good start for the German. Bukarest, as you can see, with the left hand leading, trying desperately to get that right sleeve. Left herself a little bit exposed for the Seoinage, as the Mongolian now digs in deep in the Niwaza. Bukarest defending there, as you can see, holding on to that foot so not to allow the legs to cross in for the Sangaku, where it would tighten up and give much more opportunity for the Mongolian. Bukarest takes that sleeve, that right sleeve, throws the right hand over the top, and there's the Uchimata, nicely done. A little bit of lost control right at the end. It could have almost been Ippon, but a Wazari on the board for the German. Still 2.5 minutes, though, remaining in the contest. But again, a great start in the first minute and a half of this contest for the German. She is starting to look a real threat for the Mongolian, especially with that Uchimata, those long legs. She's got the height advantage, and she uses that height so well. The style of judo that she's using is excellent for the size of the athlete. The Uchimata, the Kosotas, those reaching digging in deep, the power that she generates through the legs to get that finish that we all enjoy watching with those big techniques. Bukarek once more now into the Niwaza. Now has the upper hand down there as she rotates on top. Most importantly, she has to tie the head up. As you can see, there's too much room for maneuvering there with the head and that arm that it was going to be very, very difficult for the German to get any success in the Niwaza. Sogochi takes the first Shido. A little bit of a wake-up call for her. She's got a minute and a half to start coming back at Bukarek. Bukarek works off that sleeve, throws that right hand over the top. This is where she's dangerous, and once more challenges the Mongolian at the edge of the contest area, as she now digs in again into the Niwaza, looking for that opportunity. Well, we couldn't see where the movement was, but there we've got the Ippon, which I think was on that last score. I didn't see any submission, and the Niwaza. It'd be interesting to see what actually happened there. I don't think we're going to get a replay on that Niwaza transition. But a win, a very convincing win from Bukarek, Germany, who goes through and she'll be up against Pinot of France in the next round.
In blue for Cameroon, Ayoub Atai Adai Sofina.
Now we have representing Spain in the white, Rodriguez, Sara, and representing China, Zhu Ya in the blue. Zhu Ya looking very feisty indeed. As you can see, that little show of the Kosota, very sharp indeed, just didn't have the upper body control and the drive off the back leg to really drive through her opponent to accelerate. But Zhu, for breaking off that grip, picks up the first Shido. Rodriguez desperately trying to control and slow down the pace. As you can see, it's very erratic, and the arms are going hell for leather there and really digging in deep and not allowing Rodriguez time to settle into this contest. She's really gone 100 miles an hour straight from the beginning. But good Tewaza move. Nice control, gets the Wazari, and now has a chance to just change the dynamics of this contest. Calm it suit her style of judo. Rodriguez now trying to, the Sangaku, she's trying to tie up, but you can see it's very, very loose, but still persevering there on the edge of the contest area, but loses the grip around the arm and head. Circling motion from Rodriguez rather than the direct approach to her opponent. Uchimata. Nice attack, one of the strongest attacks from Zhu. High collar grip. Trying to make a real comeback here, just past the halfway mark. Sara Rodriguez needing to control the arms from coming over the top. She takes that sleeve, but then spins under for the Cianagi on that last exchange. Once again, Rodriguez circling around her opponent, traps that right hand from coming over the top, draws it down, not for long though, but this time takes it with her for the Sodi and drops once more through for an attack. Good strong attack from the Spaniard. Now China picks up the second Shido. Pressure on now. She started off so well in this contest. But Rodriguez is building up, and the confidence knows that she's in the driving seat here with that Wazari, and we're coming up to the last minute. She knows she has to control that right sleeve, blocking any entry. Well, being told to tidy up that gi, and they know the rules. The gi has to be fully intact. Zhu has that right hand in place there. She tries to trap, the arm comes through, leading with that right leg. Works on the edge of the contest area, very dangerous for both athletes. More so for Zhu, who's got 2 Shidos already, and what she cannot do is afford another Shido, which would result in the disqualification. Rodriguez with the left arm in through the center, does enough to control and take the win. So Sara Rodriguez from Spain goes through to the second round of the under 70 kilos. And she'll be up against the Brazilian Portela, Maria Portela, in that next round. We haven't actually seen her today, and she had a bye in the first round. Barrios of Venezuela now coming up in the under 63 kilos. Volkova from Russia in the blue. So Barrios in white, Volkova in the blue. "34 athletes participating in the under 63s. The top seed, Tina Teršinjak from Slovenia, the Olympic champion, world bronze medalist. Got to be one of the favorites for the gold medal here, the top spot on the podium. But she'll have a few challenges along the way, but there you have the Barrios with a Wazari now from Venezuela. She got that high again, another tall athlete. Extremely dangerous with that right hand that's on the collar. Volkova drops under her opponent there, an attempt for a variation of a katagruma.
In blue for Hungary, Szabó Frigyes.
Well, Barrios very dangerous when she gets that right hand over the top. She also looks slightly vulnerable for the counter. As we know, the Russians are very strong, and the big Nagis, the sacrifice techniques, they're very powerful with. And it can be quite effective, and Barrios has got to be careful with that exchange. She has to throw that arm over, but she has to really plant her weight down rather than stay very high up onto those toes. Needs to dig in deep. She works off that lapel, throws that right hand over the top, but as you can see, Valkova trying to block it, but the as she was, what a display of judo there from Barrios. A great performance there and a wide range of skills that makes us so dangerous. So Barrios takes the win over Valkova in the first round to go into the second of the under-63s. And she'll be up against Bitumen Pinard of Canada. Well, this will be an interesting match now. Coming up, the #1 seed, Orozhov. Well, we spoke about him earlier on. World bronze medalist, Olympic champion, and is somebody that really is securing his place at the Olympic Games. Cases Roca of Spain in the blue, he's up against. Cases Roca defeated David Lima from Brazil. Someone that I had an eye on of doing extremely well in this competition, and sadly is out in the first round. Had a great performance in Brazil where he picked up the silver medal and really had a great lineup of performance where he was challenged but looked so good, and was one of my outside favourites for a medal here today, but he sadly was defeated by this man of Spain, Cases Roca. So can he really upset the odds against Orozhov as well, taking out the #2 seed?
On tatami 3, in white for Russia, Denis Yarchev. In blue for Brazil, Marcelo Contini.
Cases Roca, 21 years of age. As you can see, making it very difficult for Orozhov to look good out there. The last result we had from Cases of Spain is a bronze medal in the Luxembourg European Open just recently, back in September last month. 21 years of age. Well, he's got a really prosperous career in front of him. And Orozhov, giving Orozhov his work. Orozhov really is sort of trying to work out this athlete from Spain. He's not had it his own way, maybe slightly underestimated him coming into this contest. As you can see, a nice combination of techniques. The Ogoshi hit just about getting through, but then also clipping the heels for the Kochigari. A good combination of techniques there that works so well. And Orozhov, all he can do is defend, and defend is what he's doing to Shido's. Now this could... We're only in the halfway mark now, and Cases Roca really doing well against the #1 seed. The Olympic silver medal, but switch of direction, and the arch was not going to help him there. And nicely controlled as he took him over there for the Sutemi Waza. Scores the ippon, and that's why he's #1 seed and Olympic silver medalist. But and a very impressive performance, though, from Cases Roca of Spain. Be interesting to keep an eye on that young man throughout the World Tour.
Tatami 2, in white for Hungary, Ungvari Niklos. In blue for Mexico, Eduardo Araujo.
Arajo of Mexico in the blue up against Miklos Ungvari from Hungary. Ungvari defeated the Italian Esposito, I should say, from Italy. That was a tough first round match. Arajo defeating a surprise win there from Switzerland against Stom. So both athletes started off extremely well in the first round. Now battles against each other in this second round. The winner of this will go on to meet the #1 seed. Like I said earlier on, this is a horrible pool to come from. It really has got its challenges. Further down in Pool A, you've also got Anthony Singh.
On tatami 3, in white for the People's Republic of Korea,
Ungvari attempting an uchimata, but as you can see, a dive forward to try and rescue what looked to be an absolute disaster of an entry there. He came in so well with the leg through, got the slight lift, but he just didn't have any upper body control on that. The Mexican digging in deep, head-to-head crunching, as you can see with the lapel grip. Opens up. Ungvari. Pressurizing his opponent on the edge of the contest area, and obviously that pressuring resulted in his opponent picking up the first Shido. So it's a Shido apiece. Nice transition there from the Tachiwaza into the Niwaza. Rotates them over. Ungvari looking for that score, but I think there was a bit of a pause in between. I don't think it was simultaneous, but yeah, they looked at it and felt that there was a score. My concern's that there was a bit of a pause, but Care System have double-checked that, and nice movement turns into a good Wazari. Ungvari now continues with that pressure. The Mexican picks up the second Shido. Seems to be allowing this match now to slip away from him. Ungvari now has a good stranglehold on this contest, working. Traps the arm. Sutemiwaza attempt, draws his opponent down into the ground, and as we know, Ungvari strong in the Niwaza as well. One minute 12 seconds remaining in this second round match. Ungvari throwing the arm over the top, traps his opponent's left side. Mexican drops to the ground. The Hungarian now works away, trying with the attempting of the Sangaku, but this time cleverly brings the skirt of the gi around the arm to trap. Mexican felt very pressured and under a lot. It was really threatened by that movement. Very sharp exit. So we're into the last half a minute. Ungvari dominating not only the pace but the scoreboard as well. playing to his strengths, working off the sleeve, using his feet quite nicely, literally playing away there in this contest in the last seconds. And you'll keep him down there now, working away, digging in as the clock ticks away in his favor. Works off that arm. Sangaku into the gatami. And the Osakomi being held. Quite happy to stay in that position to get the ippon. Well, it's Ongvari that will go into that third round to meet the #1 seed, Orozhov from Azerbaijan.
On tatami 2, in white for Uzbekistan, Matilov Turayev. In blue for the People's Republic of China, Xindaga.
Turayev now coming on to our tatami from Uzbekistan in the white. Zing of China in blue. Taitoshi into the Makakomi, straight in there, no messing around. Turayev scoring ippon, but the care system, well, it didn't look damaging at all there. It was a perfect ippon, and the win goes to the Uzbek. What a start. He's doing really well. He's ploughing through his opponents today. Well, he definitely is on form, Turayev, after taking a gold medal in Tashkent a few weeks ago. Has continued with that form through here in this Abu Dhabi Grand Slam. Now, we have Wong in the white. Azadisi in the blue. Wong representing Peru. Azadisi representing Greece. 26 years of age, Wong Alonso. The last result was a 7th place in Budapest in July. For that went in the Pan American Open and took a silver medal. What a finish there. Wong was so sharp. What a brilliant attack there, scoring ippon. And it's Wong from Peru that goes through to the next round. Well, that was just superb. Well, Wong will go through to meet Turayev of Uzbekistan in that third round match. Well, fireworks will be exploding in that round, I'm quite sure, after that performance. Now we have representing Canada, Margelidon Arthur in the white, and he's up against Hamad, representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Hamad defending down there very strongly in the Niwaza. Margelidon trying to maneuver his opponent, allowing more space for those legs to come through and get the turn that he was looking for. Margelidon very strong in his Niwaza, but that last exchange, Margelidon picking up a Judo, more or less a false attack, trying to get him down into the ground, and has to be a little bit more subtle about that. Margelidon now digging in once more in the Niwaza. He's got the legs wrapped around his opponent, gets the turn, opening up his opponent, creating a bit more space and a bit more leverage to get those hands in deep for the shimiwaza. Hamad feeling under pressure there, as you can see, just surviving out there at the moment. Margelidon once more looking for the shimi, but you can see it's very high up across the chin. But he's correcting it. And now works for the Jujikatami. Levering down on that arm. Legs a little bit untidy, but doesn't make any difference. The power of the Canadian was enough to draw that arm out, whether it looked textbook or not, and scores the ippon and a place in the third round.
On tatami 2, in white from Romania, Raicu Alexandru. In blue from Georgia, Igani Fridon.
So now we have the second round of the under-73s. Alexandru Raicu of Romania in the white, and we have Gijani of Georgia in the blue.
Please come to mat 2. From Georgia, Fridon Igani.
Well, the Georgian has failed to appear so far, most probably stuck in that judogi control. As the clock ticks away, he's got 20 seconds to appear. That's the rules.
Can't remember whether he changed his judogi the last time round and whether he came out in one of ours, because sometimes they have to then give them back,
yes,
and then
right.
collect them the next time they come round.
And that's a
Anyway,
slow process, but doesn't make any difference.
It's not going to happen. Right, let's go and see what's happened to him then.
Well, that's a real disappointment for the Georgian team. Raicu automatically takes the win. So now we have representing Israel in the white, Butbul, and he's up against
White from Israel, Butbul Toha. And then blue from Gambia, GA5.
So we have Nigeria representing Gambia in the blue, Butbul representing Israel in white. Well, Butbul, strong Israeli opponent. And definitely a real contender for a medal here today. Football 11th on the world ranking list. 25 years of age. And back in August at the World Championships was 7th place. Last time on the podium was back in July in Zagreb, where he was the gold medalist in that Grand Prix. Good transition into the Niwaza, trying to get the rotation. Well, for both these athletes, it's the first match of the day. Both of them had a bye in the first round. 57 athletes participating in the under 73 kilos.
And in blue from Moldova, Șterpu Victor.
Well, Naji picking up the first Judo for Gambia. Football controlling his opponent, dictating the pace on which this match has been fought right from the beginning. 1 minute and 39 seconds remaining. One Judo divides the athletes. Football, bit of a warm-up here, I feel, as he's circling around his opponent, coming in at a different angle off that lapel. Same side grip, working from a Sianagi. Doesn't get too much depth in there, needs to get in a slightly deeper with the hips. Well, as he leverages there, the defense, as you could see from Naji, but comes around the back end there, trying to look for an opportunity. First opportunities most probably had throughout this contest. With 46 seconds remaining, it's been pretty slow pace, suiting football. There's no doubt about that. Whether it's something that he's been challenged within this contest, part of me doesn't think so, but most probably because it's the first match of the day for him that he's really sort of hanging this one out. But there you have it, beautiful Tayatoshi, and a nice finish into the third round for football. Well, now representing Belarus, you have Shoka.
In white from Belarus, Shoka Batsin. And in blue from Mongolia, Sendochi Tsokta Bata.
So, from Belarus, Shoka in the white, representing Mongolia, Senocha in the blue.
On tatami 1, in white for Mongolia, Otgonbatar Uganbatar. And in blue for the United States of America, Nicholas Del Popolo.
Well, Senocha, as we would have expected.
On tatami 3, in white for Sweden, Anna Bergholm.
Takes himself into the third round with the Osakomi. And he'll be up against Butbul of Israel in that third round match.
On tatami 2, in white for France, Marie-Yves Gaillet. In blue for Poland, Ursula Hoffmann.
So now we come to the women's under 70 kilos second round. And this is between Maria-Eve Gahi in the white and Ursula Hoffmann in the blue, representing Poland. Well, both these athletes have had a bye in the first round, but as you can see, only Gahi of France is by the mat side and just waiting for her opponent, Hoffmann, to arrive. Again, most probably changing of the gi.
For Poland, Ursula Hoffmann.
So Ursula Hoffmann has got 27 seconds remaining to get herself to the mat side. Otherwise, Gahi will win by default. And I don't see anyone rushing through the judogi control as yet. Well, no, the athletes here just about made it and no more. Well, with a second remaining, she'll be quite flustered, Hoffmann, there's no doubt about it. She really had to run through onto the field of play. And in fair sportsman, fair play, spirited, the coach from the French team, De Goss, bringing to the attention to the referee that she had managed to arrive just on time and no more. Gahi, the reigning world champion, displaying the red back patch on our screen right now. Wearing that with pride. Great performance in Tokyo from this young lady. Oh, what a lovely finish there, though. Ippon. From this angle, looked like the Tayatoshi.
Tatami 2 in white for Croatia.
Well, sadly for Ursula Hoffmann,
Blue for Bosnia-Herzegovina, Alexandra Samaci.
found herself on the receiving end of a beautiful Tayatoshi after all that effort to get there. Now Gai will be up against the winner of this next match, and that's Barbara Macic, who defeated Gemma Howell of Great Britain in the first round. And that was an absolute humdinger of a match, a really exciting one right to the end. And sadly for Gemma, she got caught. Beautiful technique at the end. And she's up against the young lady from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Samarajic, in the blue. Macic working off the sleeve grip. I think looks a little bit more comfortable out there this time against her opponent. It was a very challenging first round match. Make sure she's quite thankful that that one is out of the way and she can move on now and feel a bit more comfortable in progressing through the next rounds. Judo, second one to Samarajic. Two Shidos already, and we're not even to the halfway mark now. Sienagi there from Barbara Matic of Croatia. And there you have it. The Harai into the Makukomi, securing a Wazari, and also now working her way into the Niwaza. But the leg was trapped there, and Mate called because there was no real attempt from Barbara to get out of that grip. Well, Barbara Macic takes the win, again, very convincingly, but the next round will be one of the biggest challenges she'll have of the day, and that's against the #1 seed, Marie-Yves Gahi of France. Now, this is going to be a very strong match for Megan Fletcher of Ireland in the blue. Asma Nayang of Morocco in the white. Very, very strong athlete. Megan Fletcher, for the past year and a half to 2 now, has been progressing very nicely towards the Olympic dream. He's picked up quite a few results just recently. Along with those results is a bag full of confidence and experience that she's gaining from that. Right hand on the lapel. Naing now tries to throw that right hand deep onto the shoulder. Fletcher needs to get her head up, works the Kochigari. Entry was very, very nice indeed.
Tatami 1. In white for Argentina, Emanuel Lucenti. In blue for Sweden, Robin Pacek.
Oh, Fletcher trying to deal with that right hand that comes deep on that shoulder trap in there, but Fletcher very strong in her niwaza, and this is where she's got to try and capitalise, is in the ground when she gets that opportunity. But has to be very clever in her exchange. Nayang, very powerful indeed. But so far, no score at this moment, both battling through. Nayang 12th on the world ranking. Just coming up to the halfway mark now. It was probably one of the first matches we've seen without any Shido at this moment.
And where the fighters have got their own gi.
Yes, that's true.
Poor old Pridon Gigani, the Georgian, I went to look for him to find out why it was that he didn't turn up to his contest, and he said he didn't hear them call his name.
Oh, crikey.
He was standing there waiting.
Oh, what a shame. I must admit, when you go through to the back, it's hectic, isn't it? It really is hectic through there.
Yeah.
There's a sea of bodies and people and noise, and you just feel for an athlete that does happen to.
I went out there, I did a few announcements for them in the warm-up area to try and give them the feel of what the athletes are likely to feel comfortable with in hearing, you know, their names. Yes. And how to call them and everything, but it's not something that you want to be doing on day 2 of the competition halfway through.
No.
You know, you need that done on day 1 prior to the start of the competition, so that they fall into a pattern.
Yeah.
And they know how to call them in what order.
Oh, nice bit of work there. Megan wasn't giving up there.
Did they call mate? I think there's a slight bit of relaxation from
yes.
Asma Niang at the end there, so she probably heard the mate call. Because there's no score given either.
No, I think it was, they were off the mat, and then obviously Megan wasn't letting go at all. Persevering with it all. A good attempt there. Looked for the Kochi. Really needs to, when she pulled in for the Sianagi move, really needs to keep that in place, lock in, so that she doesn't overstretch herself. But gets a return from Nayang with the same technique, but just demonstrated a little bit better. But Fletcher comes back out, and now this is her chance. She's really got to finish it here. She's got 46 seconds. This is her opportunity. Crikey. Oh, this is really exciting. 40 seconds remaining. Well, poor old Megan Fletcher really has a work cut out for her now. Naeem really has to defend well in the positive way, but she's going to take her time here to get a second wind. As she ties that belt, it's most probably going to be the slowest belt tying session we're going to see throughout the day. And as you can see, the referee going, come on, we've not got all day to do that. And Megan just wants to attack her. And she fires in there knowing that she's got seconds, and all you want to really do is say, come on, Fletcher, get back into the game. Naeem hanging on to it. Oh, Fletcher digging in, and she's got a chance, but oh, the defences were there. Naeem doing extremely well to defend that. Megan straight out there, trying to catch up the time. Seconds just remaining. She's got one real good strong attack, but as you can see, Naeem defending, and she will get penalised, but this is a break of the contest, so the pressure stays off, and now they've got to get back into action once more, and she hasn't got enough time to get the two Shidos that she would need. Oh, there was a close there. That was a chance. The coach stumbling Naeem, who just about turns out of it. Oh, Fletcher will be really disappointed in that, but a great win for Naeem. It was going to be a tough match, and she dealt with that match so well.
Coming up next on mat number 2, Elvismar Rodriguez of Venezuela faces Yu Je-young of the Republic of Korea. It'll be Rodriguez in the white judogi, Yu in blue. Down on mat number 1, Emmanuel Lucenti of Argentina is up against Robin Pacek. And then on mat number 3, it is Giovanna Scocimaro of Germany. She's up against Alice Belandi of Italy. Well, that was a crunging hip on there from Elvismar Rodriguez on Yu Je-young. Great finish.
The next round on tatami 2. In white for France, Margot Pinot. In blue for Germany, Miriam Butgereit.
Up next, Margot Pinot of France. She faces Miriam Butgereit of Germany. It's Pinot in the white judogi, Butgereit in blue. We, however, are going to go down to mat number 3. We're going to pick up the contest between Giovanna Scocimaro of Germany. She is up there against Alice Belandi of Italy. We just watched the last seconds of that as Alice Belandi steals this one from Scocimaro. Belandi picking up Wazari early on and winning out there.
On tatami 1, in white for South Korea, Lee Mong-jin. In blue for Moldova.
Right, Belandi it is, who goes into round 3, I think. Right, coming up next, Sally Conway of Great Britain is up against Onyx Cortez Aldama of Cuba. Not sure if we're going to stay here. Gulazada and Bek Muzayev coming up next. Elisabeth Tolsid and Kwansun Young, Matniyazova and Bernabeu. We'll stay and have a look at this one then. Why not? Okay, I think Sally Conway is one of the top 4 seeds. Yeah, she's the number 3 seed, in fact. So we'll stay here and watch this one.
Tatami 1, in white for Azerbaijan, Vagan Kuluzada. In blue for Belarus, Yunus Bekmurzai.
Right-sided Sumigashi effort from Conway, but Cortez Aldama manages to block that, and a moment there when Conway could have worked on the arm, but the Cuban wasn't interested in getting involved on the ground. Half the contest gone, no score as yet. Both fighters remain penalty-free. Cortez Aldama thought about going over the back on the other side there. She switches things again around the back, but just with a left arm. Cortez Aldama picking up a penalty for passivity. I think Conway would rather have been allowed to get involved on the ground again, to be honest. Inside the last minute now. Yeah, a bit too far away with that Shimigeshi effort. That's not going to trouble anyone. Half a minute left to go. Time running out for Cortez Aldama, who's picked up 2 penalties as well. That's not going to help at all. Well, we've got the round 3 lineup. Number 1 seed Marie-Yves Gahi of France will face Barbara Matic. Asma Niang of Morocco will go up against Elvisma Rodriguez. Pool B, we've yet to complete that one. Pool C, it's Sun Xiaochan of China to go up against Anka Pogacnik of Slovenia. We're in golden score here with Conway and Cortez Aldama. And then it'll be Sanne van Dijken of the Netherlands to face Alice Balandi of Italy. It was Balandi who overcame Giovanna Scocchimaro in round 2. And this is the first of the contests in Pool D in round 2. Nice right-sided effort there from Conway. Doesn't quite come up with the score, however. Not quite enough to unsettle the Cuban. But 2 penalties and a minute and a half into golden score. She's really going to have to do something a little bit special here. Conway just taking this one in a stride, really. Yeah, it looks as though this will be a 3rd penalty now.
On tatami 2, in white for Greece, Elizabeth Telsidu. In blue for the People's Republic of Korea, Hong Sung-yong.
Okay, a 3rd penalty picked up by Cortez Aldama. It's Conway who goes into round 3. Let's go to mat number 2 now. We're going to pick up the contest between Elisabeth Telsidu of Greece. She's up against Kwon Sun-young of the People's Republic of Korea. It's Telsidu in the white judogi, Kwon in blue. Kwon just picks up a penalty for avoiding to take a grip there. Both fighters have picked up a penalty each now. was a bit of a crunching finish to that contest.
On tatami 2, in white for Brazil, Maria Portela. In blue for Spain, Sara Rodriguez.
Right, coming up next, Maria Portela of Brazil faces Sara Rodriguez of Spain. It'll be Portela in the white judogi, Rodriguez in blue.
On tatami 1, in white for the Netherlands, Frank de Wit.
Rodriguez picks up a penalty, but to be honest, we're not going to hang around on mat number 2. We're going to go down to mat number 1, because coming on to mat number 1 is the number 1 seed in the under 81 kilo category. We'll have a look at Frank de Wit of the Netherlands. He's up against Christian Tonister of Estonia. It's de Wit in the white judogi, Tonister in blue. This is de Wit's opening contest here.
Tatami 3, in white for Austria, Michaela Polaris. In blue for Canada, Kelita Supakic.
Single Shido picked up by Tonister at the moment. Frank de Witt wins out his opening contest. Not entirely happy with it, but hey, Frank's a difficult guy to please. Right, so where have we got the next action and what's coming up next? Well, maybe we can go back. No, let's stay here for a moment. I'll tell you why. We don't often get a chance to see him. Sorry about that. I know it's a little bit confusing when you get told move and then don't move, but we're going to stay here to have a look at Jaromir. No, it isn't. It's Filip Stanchel. Filip Stanchel of Slovakia. He's up against Medixon del Obre Cotorreal of the Dominican Republic. It's Stanchel in the white judogi, del Obre Cotorreal in blue. We'll hang on here for a bit. Both fighters have picked up penalties there. Stanchel, just the one. Delobre Corteral has got 2, so coming to half the contest, I can't see this one going the distance. Both fighters on 2 penalties. It's not the most attractive of contests, I'm afraid. Minute 20 left to go. Huge pick up there, possibly onto his front. But for a moment, Stanchel must have thought, I'm going to get dumped here. Managed to turn onto his front. Delobre Corteral comes in for a low Marotti Seanagi, right-sided. Little Katagaruma effort there. One more and they'll put Stanchel out, I think. Yeah, okay, I mean, he's... well, he's toying with him as far as whether those are genuine attempts to throw him. They're attacks, and you can't fault them for attacks, but I think he's going to get penalized anyway. He just attacked Stanchel out of the contest. You can't really be surprised at picking up a penalty there.
On tatami 1, in white for Georgia, Luka Maizoradze. In blue for Great Britain, Stuart McWatt.
His opponent was just attacking non-stop. Right, coming on to mat number 1 then. Luka Maizoradze of Georgia faces Stuart McWatt of Great Britain. It'll be Maizoradze in the white judogi, McWatt in blue.
On tatami 2, in the white for the Netherlands, Kim Polling. In blue for Belgium, Roxanne Tijmans. And on tatami 3, in white for the Netherlands, Jules Fransen. In blue for Denmark, Lerke Olsen.
But what picked up the Shido there.
Tatami 2. The second round for women under 63 kilograms. In white for Slovenia, Tina Testenjak. In blue for Great Britain, Ljubljana Pijavezana.
The problem for McWatt here is the two penalties. He's got the score on the board. He's tied up with Mai Saradze, Wazaria Peace, but the two penalties are going to cause problems for him. They're also causing problems for our cameraman.
Aditi Alcaraz. In blue for Morocco.
Couldn't get to see that last action, and he picks up the third penalty.
On Tatami 1, in white for Hungary.
Not the way you want to lose that.
In blue for Italy,
Really unfortunate. Right, let's go to mat number 2. We're going to pick up the contest between Tina Testenjak of Slovenia. She faces Ljubljana Pijavezana of Great Britain. It's Testenjak in the white judogi, Pijavezana in blue. And just a quick note about the selection of contests and the way that we select the contests that we commentate on. Loretta Kusat-Doyle, myself, Neil Adams, Esther Stam, Dennis van der Geest when he's here, Jean Shin, whomsoever it is that's selecting the contests. We look to select the player on the tatami who has the highest ranking, who is seeded the highest, or if they have a world title or Olympic title. This is a good example here. You've got the number 1 seed and the current Olympic champion. She happens to be up against a British fighter, and I think most of you at home know that from Britain. I'm not selecting the contest because I want to watch Pijavezana. I'm selecting it because we have a criteria that says you select the highest ranked fight, and it's Asanae Tsuchimachi. She just manages to get off that. However, it could appear to some people at home as though we've just seen Stuart McWatt there, but he was up against Luka Maisaradze of Georgia, who's one of the top fighters in the weight category. It just so happened that he happened to be against the British fighter. We've seen Sally Conway here. She's one of the highest seeded players in the competition. We've seen Gemma Howell. She's a seed. But the choice is always yours. You can decide whether you watch mat number 3, Ungvari Miklos and Christian Parlati, or whether you watch Tina Testenjak. The choice is yours at home. It just means that if we're commentating on another mat, you won't get that commentary. But I can assure you that I've got no particular interest in watching any particular country. I'd be perfectly happy just to watch whoever's there and whoever fits within the IJF criteria. There will be times when that player happens to be a British player. It may happen tomorrow in the under 78 kilo category. It could happen. But I would hate for someone to be out there thinking, I'm biased towards one country or another. It just happens that way. Okay, now that I've got that out of the way, we can continue.
Now you've got that one off your chest.
Yeah, well, you know, there are people out there who might think, oh, you know, he's favouring this country, who's favouring that country.
Yeah,
there's a laughable one.
It has been said to us that's the thing, and disappointingly, it has been brought up before.
Yeah, but there was a really a laughable one that said, the IJF only pick white males to commentate, which I thought was hilarious, given that my parents, grandparents, and all my family come from Trinidad in the Caribbean, and I'm considered mixed race. So, you know, well, there you go, pal. If you know what you're talking about, you can make a comment, but if not, keep tapping away. Make yourself happy. Right, I've got that one out of the way. Now I'll try and sort out my WhatsApp.
Oh, yeah. And let's see us following Testenjak, the Olympic champion. and Pia Fasana of Great Britain in the blue. Now, Pia Fasana is one of these young athletes that is coming up and has got some good junior, very strong junior results under her belt already, and will be a real contender for 20 in Paris, really, in 2024. But at the moment, you can see the quality of athlete she's up against has become that little bit too challenging for her, with the, as you can see, 2 Shidos on the board for Pia Fasana, finding it difficult to get past not only the strong defenses and the maturity and experience athlete that she is up against. Tershiniak, one of the highest high-profile athletes in this competition. A consistent medalist on the World Tour. And as you can see, maneuvering away now in the Niwaza, looking to try and get that leg out. But Pia Fasana is quite a strong athlete, and she defends well in that position.
On tatami 3, in white for the People's Republic of China, Yang Yun-Chia. In blue for Russia, Valentina Kostenko.
Oh, and a lovely Oso Tagari there, scoring a Wazari in golden score. So Tina Tershiniak from Slovenia goes through to the 3rd round of the under-63s.
On tatami 2, in white for the People's Republic of China, Zhang Ying. In blue for Cameroon, Helen Leziu-Lumie.
So let's move across to tatami 1, where we have Velos Fortier of Canada, Boltaboyev, and again we're looking at the ranking of these world-class athletes. It's the 81 kilos 2nd round. Velos Fortier, Canada, bronze medal in the World Championships. And what a great performance he gave in Tokyo. He's in the top 4 seed in this event. Good positioning for a place on the podium. Strong attack there with Uchimata, now working his opponent to the edge of the contest area. Sutemi was her attempt. Velos Fortier has a Shido on the board. Uzbek, as you can see, with that left hand just under the armpit, turning in with the hips. Canadian there with the right hand high on the collar, blocking his opponent's left side, as you can see, dominating the grip and really pressurizing his opponent on the edge of the contest area. Boltaboyev really struggling to get out of the corner. Could pick up a Shido. Well, the Canadian towers over his opponent, as you can see, looking always in control as he stretches across for that Tayatoshi, has the leverage. Oh, and just, oh, well, if you call that jammy, I'll never know. Right on the bell. Valo Fortier takes the win. I think they'll just double check, but to me it was inside the time, and it takes the win and goes through. Third round. What a turnaround there. A great win.
Blue for Greece, Alexios Netanatsidis.
Now he'll be up against the winner of the next match. And this next match is against Zhao of China in the white, and Thanasidis of Greece in the blue. The Thanasidis there straight away trying to match the pace of China. Traditional grip there, as you can see the lapel working off the sleeve, maneuver himself from left to right, a side skipping attack, but as you can see the Thanasidis working him to the edge of the contest area, putting a lot of pressure, but no real exchange. Now, I'm a little bit unsure about that Shido, because I didn't see the Greek doing much as far as driving his opponent to the edge of the contest area. There was no real intention of attacking. It was just a good strong grip and that maneuvering, which I thought looked very obvious indeed. Zhao needs to get his head up there. He's playing into the strengths of Natanadis. Well, Natanadis there drawing down on the head. Looks comfortable now and has turned this contest around to his own benefits. Zhao really has to change his tactics. Started off so well and now has lost complete control of this contest. And this is always the most tedious time, watching athletes trying to fix their gis and the pace in which it's being done. Very frustrating. They've tied his belt a little bit tighter as well, as you can see. That'll be the next thing that falls off.
In blue for South Korea, Cho McKay.
Attempt of an Uchimata there. Thanasidis. Very right angle situation, head down, draws in with the head, leads with that, brings that strong arm over the top. It doesn't capture it this time. And what a big mistake there for Natanadis, and he knows it. He came over the top, but he didn't lock in, which gave a free arm there and an entry for Zhao to come in with that Uchimata.
1. In white for Russia, Hazan Solmurzaev. In blue for South Korea, Lee Seong-soo.
Now we have Kamarzuev of Russia in the white, and he's up against Lee of Korea. Kamarzuev, strong opponent. Well, Lee attempting a Sianagi there, looks up at the referee and nearly exposed that neck. Kamarzuev a little bit slower on reacting. He probably couldn't believe his luck. He brought the head up there, just exposed the neck for the shimiwaza.
On tatami 3, in white for Cuba, Melin del Toro Carvajal. In blue for Tajikistan, Shohida Galandarova.
Well, Kamarzuev has that time to get his thoughts about what he'll do next. His next tactical ploy. Left hand round the back, control in the back, and as you can see, Lee nervously maneuver himself out of the way, but not out of trouble. As you can see, an exchange there with Uchimata, working the edge of the contest area. Well, 1.5 minutes remaining. Still no change, though, in this contest. as both athletes battle away for a place in the third round of this competition. The Russian now working on, oh yes, right at the edge of the contest area. Just didn't seem to manage to finish him off there. But what an attempt.
On tatami 2, in white for the Netherlands, Geke van den Berg. And in blue for Austria, Kathleen Unterwurzer. On tatami 3, in white for Kazakhstan, Jolanta Berdibekova. In blue for Spain, Isabel Boucher.
Oh, right, well, there you have it. Comes round the back with 40 seconds, and if my colleague was sitting here, he'd say the magic 40 seconds. The Olympic champion displaying the gold back patch. Showing the true class that he has, with just the clock ticking away. Lee now trying desperately to come back. Last-ditch attempt there, but a Wazari in 6 seconds to go. It's not going to change.
You saw when he scored, didn't you?
Yes.
What is that? What is that with 40 seconds?
And I just said, did you hear what?
I didn't know.
I just said, if my colleague was sitting here, he'd go, there's the magic 40 seconds.
It's just
exactly
bizarre.
what I said.
You know, given that there are so many seconds in a 4-minute contest, why is it that so often it hits at 40? However,
It's amazing, isn't
well,
it?
I suppose you could also argue that we only ever notice when it does hit at 40 seconds, because the rest of the time it's somewhere completely different.
But it is that, it's the point that when it's a head-to-head and there's no score,
yeah.
and it's the turning point
pivotal
of
thing
the contest,
where
it's the pinnacle.
where the other person doesn't come back,
And
from
they
which
can't
the
come
other
back.
person doesn't come back.
They can't come back. They find it very difficult to come back from that.
Right, Marcel Setser of Romania is up against Hidayat Hidarov of Azerbaijan. It's Setser in the white judogi, Hidarov in blue. We'll see how this one turns out. Good test for the Azeri, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Hidarov there, as you can see, with the right hand, the lifeline on that lapel. Controlling factor at this moment. The contact between him and his opponent. See us here, the Romanian looking a little bit apprehensive. Unknown territory for his opponent. First time he's come into the under 81s and move up from the 73s. Temi was her attempt there. Broke the balance of Hedorov. Right hand in the inside. Hedorov comes through with the Seoinage. Just the one hand on, though, needs the sleeve grip. Trying desperately to seek out that sleeve grip. Now switches direction. Oh, yes, Ippon! Well, from here, it looked like he was flat on his back. They've not given a score, but for me, it was a good attack. He switched direction, spun underneath him, and instead of taking him forward, he took him directly back. So, well, I'd love to see that one again, because that really, for me, looked a score. Oh, your temper. Oh, my goodness, he's left his arm exposed for the arm lock, and he's piling the pressure on there. The Romanian had an opportunity, a real chance to put away Hedorov. How he manages just to get out of that, I'll never know. He reacted so well. That could have just gone all so horribly wrong for the Azerbaijan. Cross grip comes round the back. Oh, the lovely Ashi was it. Now the Romanian seems to be on fire. He's really come back in revenge. Some great exchanges there in that last 30 seconds. Hedorov coming in with the Seoinage. Oh, well, again, another strong exchange, but without that little finish that's required to get the score. Again, another attack, this time not as convincing, but still a strong movement to break the balance of his opponent. Hedorov comes back after a couple of exchanges from the Romanian. Cross grip comes round the back, draws down, but Circea blocks, digs in deep, once more tries to draw that arm out. This time a better defense from Hedorov. That spin on that we saw earlier on, that I was convinced was a score. This time, from this angle here, you could see it was nowhere near, but again, a dangerous move. Now, the Romanian has seen that move a couple of times now. Has he become wise to it? Or will he fall victim to that maneuver? Well, we've got 5 seconds remaining before we venture into the golden score. Well, no score on the board. Judo, though, to the Romanian. Circea showed some elements of danger for Hedorov. That reverse Seoinage, though, from Hedorov is very dangerous, and we've seen it twice now. One that was so close to scoring, the other one with a little bit flat, but still sharp reactions. Sienagi there. Looked like a Surigoshi to start with, that last maneuver.
On tatami 2, in white from Spain, Cabana Perez Cristina, and in blue from Korea, Han Hee-Chu.
Sienagi once more. This time the hips weren't through deep enough. Neither was the arm. He just popped that elbow through deeper. He might have got an exchange from the attack. 43 seconds into golden score. Very open contest here. This could go either way. And looking closely will be Kamuziev, as he knows that whoever wins will be his next opponent. For the Russian, it'll most probably be wanting the Romanian. That's the old saying, but it isn't going to be. Hedorov is the one that goes through to the next round, and for the Russian, that'll be an interesting one, because that move up will be that he's never had that real opportunity to compete against him. So this will be the first time. Quite challenging that will be.
On tatami 1, in white from Turkey, Albayrak Vedat, and in blue from Iceland, Yuran Sveinbjörn.
Albayrak representing Turkey now in the white. Yura of Israel in the blue.
Well, David has gone up against Delobre Cotoreal on two previous occasions, and lost to him both times. Once at the World Championships in Baku, and then at the World Championships in Tokyo. So maybe he should avoid facing him at World Championships. News of something that's just happened on mat number 2. You can see in the background there, Marie-Yves Gahi of France, the current world champion at under 70 kilos. She's just lost her contest against Barbara Matic of Croatia. It's a bit of a turn up for the book then. Not what the doctor ordered when you're the current world champion. First outing out for her with the red back patch, and ends up taking a bit of a thumping from Barbara Matic. Well, at least she had one successful contest with the red back patch on. There's De Vet trying to work something on the ground. Oh, yeah, he's had to tap out. He's relieved at that one, Frank De Vet. He's lost to him twice before. So, bit of revenge for the Dutchman. Two occasions knocked out the World Championships by this opponent. Well, De Vet's going to have to go on from here to make himself really feel good. He'll be feeling pretty good right now, though. Right, on mat 3 now, Luca Maisoradze of Georgia faces Christian Parlati of Italy. It'll be Maisoradze in a white judogi, Parlati in blue. Greta Cusack-Doyle is making her way back. She had a look at the Marie-Yves Gahi Barbara Matic contest. I'll probably ask her how it went. How was that for you then, Barbara Matic and Marie-Yves Gahi?
She's actually on form today. She really is on form. She disposed of Gemma Howell earlier on in the first round. And for me, that was the turning point, I think, for that young lady. And but it leaves it open for other athletes in that weight category with Gahi out of the way.
Gahi, the number 1 seed, by the way. Matic unseeded and knocking out the current world champion in round 3. So it's Matic who goes into the quarter-final. Anyway, we're watching Luca Maisoradze of Georgia and Christian Parlati of Italy. There's no score as yet. We've had a minute and a touch.
White for the Netherlands, Sanne van Dijken. In blue for Italy, Alice Bellandi.
Parlati, for me, is one of those athletes that has got great judo and really could upset the odds here in this competition. Very sharp in his reactions. Maisoradze has to keep his wits about him against the Italian. Yeah. He's got the advantage of the height. Both got quite good, strong, controlling grips, but neither one of them want to sacrifice it to the next stage.
Tatami 2, in white
Playing a
for
bit of a
France,
waiting game here at the moment.
In blue for Greece, Elizabeth
Trying to get a reaction out of each other. Zoradze stepping across. The attempt of the Taitoshi blocked well by the Italian. Hips in. Mati almost had him there, but he comes in with a return with the Ouchigari, but you can see that right hand deep over the back, changes and also direction. Beautiful finish there for the Georgian. A good combination of techniques and changes of direction there made that so successful.
That sharp work against a really sharp opponent as well,
Yes.
because Parlati was looking dangerous this morning. Right, you may want to have a look at Antoine Valois-Fortier of Canada up against Jia Lasai of China, but I think we're going to go next door to have a look at Sara Rodriguez of Spain. She's up against Kim Polling of the Netherlands. It's mat 2, Rodriguez in the white judogi, Polling in blue. Round 3 of the under 70 kilo category. We'll follow this with Tina Tersteniak of Slovenia and Tang Jin of China in the under 63 kilo category. Those of you that want to watch Valois-Fortier and Jia, you can pick that up on mat 1. And then down on mat number 3, it's Sanna van Dijk of the Netherlands against Alice Balandi of Italy. That's round 3 of the under 70 kilo category.
Polling there, as you can see, just slips the head out and now tries to maintain control in the Niwaza. But as you can see, she only had the lower part of the body controlled, and so important to have that head control there in your Niwaza.
On Tatami 3, in white for Great Britain, Sally Conway. In blue for Uzbekistan, Gulnazova Matniazova.
So just about to go off to do something else, but here, look, Sally Conway is coming on to mat 3. We're not going there. Okay. So...
But you would say we would have
we would have had
because
to,
she's world bronze medalist and also
and
Olympic
she's a
bronze
higher
medalist.
ranked fighter, but we're not going there because there's a good contest there, Sara
It's
Rodriguez
very,
and
very
Kim Polling. So please, you know, give us a break at home, you know. Thank you.
Well, as you can see, it was always a major threat there for Kim in Oniwaza. She threatened it so many times, and Rodriguez didn't take heed of those signs. And Polling takes the win comfortably there, with still 2 minutes and 15 seconds, not even halfway mark, to go through into the next round, the quarterfinal stage.
On Tatami 2, the third round for women under 63 kilograms.
We're now here with Tina Tersteniak in the under 63s.
People's Republic of China,
Tang in white, representing the People's Republic of China.
On tatami 1. In white for Russia, Ghazan Khalzayev. In blue for Azerbaijan, Hiryat Hedorov.
Oh, well, Tang there, as you can see, really piling the pressure on the face. And it was so obvious to our crowd here. That was a real for me, that wasn't nice at all. The referee should have been on the opposite side, but I just felt Tang really knew what she had hold of there, and that wasn't sportsmanlike. There's a Sianagi there, Skorna Wazari. Tina Tershiniak comes back. She composes herself so well, and as the professional athlete, she has been just kept her emotions very, very low key. I think that if that was me as an athlete, I'd be very, very upset with that completely. Well, I don't know what exchange that was, but it's very unlikely that Tina Tershiniak just drops to the ground like a stone there for no reason whatsoever, other than there was some sort of problem with that engagement. Coming up to 2.5 minutes. Well, this has really become quite a scrappy match, but Tina Tershiniak trying to control the pace in which this is to stay comfortable with this in this match. Well, I must admit, I'm not exactly comfortable with this contest and the way it's going. I think some of the rules here, there's been some infringements in the rules. Tang really, no, and that's a definite for me. It wasn't a nice match from Tang. It was quite aggressive. It was out of control, and it was against some of the rules. And Tina Tershiniak did extremely well to compose herself in a very professional manner.
In white for Brazil, Kathleen Quadros. In blue for Austria, Kathleen Unterholzer. On tatami 3, in white for Austria, Michaela Polares. In blue for Hungary, Gerchat Sabina.
So now we have Quadros from Brazil in the white. Untervasaka representing Austria. The lovely Ashley was there. And she now follows through into the Niwaza. Untervasaka bracing extremely hard against the strong attacks there in the Niwaza that Quadros was feeding her with. Untervasaka trying to throw that left hand to connect with the right shoulder. Quadros is really tactically knows what to do. Very positive start from Quadros. And then another strong attack from the Brazilian. And she's not finished there, as you can see. Hooks in on that arm. The Austrians are normally very, very strong, and their defences will be even stronger. But Quadros trying to take it towards the head on the weaker point of that shoulder. Muntefanzaka tries to connect with that left hand, trapping her opponent's right side, but she's not succeeding at this moment. Once more, Quadros comes in on the lapel with the right hand, blocks now down and braces on that left side. She then blocks the left arm coming around the back. She has full control here. But both athletes playing a dangerous fine line on the edge of the contest area. It does limit the amount of movement they have and the angles in which they can actually attempt to throw. Maybe for Muntefanzaka it's a way of playing safe, as she has had a few exchanges there. She comes in with an attack, drops to the ground, and Quadros looking for an opportunity. Uchimata beautifully executed there. Well, all she needed was that opportunity of getting the right grip, and there it was. Wazari, and now 43 seconds remaining. The timing is good, but Quadros, as we've seen right through at the beginning to this point, has piled the pressure on, and there's been elements of danger for the Austrian. So she'll have to keep her wits about her in how she plays the last half a minute in this contest. She controls on the sleeves, and yeah, she can afford a few shidos there. There's no penalties for either one of the athletes, but at the moment she's still fighting, and fighting strong in a very positive way. But there's the danger. Oh my goodness. But she still isn't at the wood. The arm lock is there. Yes, and is it? Yes, it's on. Well, what a transition there. Quadros, it looked like it was all over and done with as far as time and as far as the opportunity, but Muntefanzaka gave her. It wasn't the best tactical ploy. That it did look like she was engaging too deeply, left herself so exposed in the Niwaza, and there you have it. Quadros capitalized on it. Almost had her in the hold down, but it didn't matter. Escaping out just gave her the arm.
On tatami 2, in white for Venezuela.
So Quadros will be up against Tina Tershiniak in that quarter-final stage. Uchigari there from the Venezuelan. Now this is somebody that's really impressed me right from the beginning. The ability to throw. Barbaros. A very positive athlete that has a wide range of technical ability that has caused a few upsets along the way in this competition. In the first match, she defeated quite easily Velkova of Russia in that first round match, went on to defeat Bichman Pinard from Canada, and now faces Han of Korea in the blue. Barbaros coming in with the Ouchigaris, that strong right hand grip, high on the collar, drawing the head down. Uses her feet nicely to break her opponent's balance, but as you can see, Han also with a controlling grip, drawing Barrios. Oh, over there you go. Now Barrios going in, hooking in behind the arm, looking for the Sangaku. She's got the hand on the belt there, but hooks in on that arm, trying to get the rotation. But to be honest, I think she's got a tall order there as Han. Very, very strong, but she's still Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. What a turnover. I really didn't think the Venezuelan was going to manage to turn over Han like that. She made it look so easy. What a fighter this Venezuelan is. Barrios, for me, an absolute star here in the under 63 kilos. Well, she is disposing of all the opposition throughout the day. And again, another performance that she made look so easy.
On tatami 2, in white for Australia, Katharina Hager. In blue for Italy, Adrian Bennett.
So now we have the next match coming up, and the winner of this will meet Barrios of Venezuela. And that's representing Australia. Katharina Hecker in the white. Edwin Gwend of Italy in the blue. Well, Gwen, for many, many years, has been one of my favourite athletes out of the Italian team. Great role model. She's such a hard trainer. Technically, it's nice judo. Over many years of watching her through the junior ranks onto the World Senior Tour. Always a real threat and a contender on the World Tour. Doesn't always reflect on the results, but definitely not an athlete you can write off. Hecker, strong, very strong postured, has the height advantage here, and over the years has gained a lot of experience being exposed to this World Tour. Katharina Hecker, 11th on the world ranking. 27 years of age. Finding herself a little bit on the receiving end, though, in the Niwaza. But defends nicely. Doesn't look to be in too much trouble down there. Last result from Katharina. Was a 5th place in Montreal, but the last medal was in the Asian Pacific Championships, where she was a bronze medalist there. But on the World Tour was in Marrakesh back in March, where she was silver medalist in that event. Very familiar of being in Abu Dhabi, where last year she was on that podium with a bronze medal around her neck, so she'll be wanting to repeat that performance, being on the podium, possibly a one step up, but a repeat performance with the lineup of athletes we have participating in this event would be a good result. But it's looking like it's going to be very difficult for her now, as you can see. Gwen with the Osakomi there, holding Heka down, and that possible dream of repeating the performance from last year has just died there with her. So Gwen takes the result and a place in the quarter-final stage. You'll be up against Barrios in that next match, and one step closer of being on the podium. Sadly for Katarina Heka, out of the tournament on the third round, but definitely we'll see her again.
Rustam Orizhov. In blue for Uzbekistan, Khizmataliyev Turayev. This is the first quarterfinal.
Now here we have the quarter-final stage of the under 73 kilos. Rustam Orizhov from Azerbaijan in the white, and Turayev of Uzbekistan in the blue. Well, it's a build-up of the Shidos now, and we're only 2 minutes, but still 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We're not even past the halfway mark. Both trying desperately to take that second grip, but Orizhov is seeking it a little bit more than Turayev. Oh, lovely combination there. The Osotogari, who was showing it, but then switched with the other foot, the Koichigari. Nice. Good combination. Good change of footwork. Very sharp with the feet, and Orizhov picks up the second Shido. So it's 2 apiece. And we're not even, again, we're not even near the halfway. We're just coming up to the halfway mark now.
On tatami 1. In white for Germany, Dominic Ressel. In blue for Italy, Antonio Esposito.
Tominagi there, and strong attack. Looks like someone grabbed the leg there. With 2 Shidos on the board, a very, very silly mistake at a quarter-final stage. Well, the care system's having a good long look at that. And there you have, touching the leg. Orodjov takes the third and final Shido. You play with fire, you get burnt. And there, Orodjov has definitely got burnt on this one and loses out and getting into the semi-final. Karayev takes that place for Uzbekistan. Orodjov will go in to the repechage. The number 1 seed falls at the quarter-final stage. Well, who will have Turayev in that semi-final? Well, it'll be up to these two athletes. The winner of this will meet Turayev of Uzbekistan. Margelidon, for me, is looking quite impressive out there today. He's having a great performance. A good day at the office, as they would say. Senorcha, he's had his moments, all very positive in the majority of the time, but there's been some scary times that he could have almost been out on a couple of these stages. So for consistency, Margelidon is most probably one that I would pick for taking this semi-final. He's a clever, clever fighter. Well, he'll pick up that first Shido, but I don't think he'll be too fazed by that. It was a lesser of two evils, whether he walked onto an attack or whether he walked out and got a Shido. A wise choice at that particular time. The right hand on that lapel, and he's showing the left shoulder for the Sianagi look, but as you can tell, he's got that sneaky little Ouchigari that he works from there. Senorcha coming in with the Sianagi. He's in quite deep. Well, Margelidon once again drops to the ground and wasn't too convinced with that, but I think he's looking at an injury, or a bit of a twist on the knee, or is that a distraction from the referee forgetting that he walked out of the mat? Well, if that's the case, good try, but I don't think it's going to work. Now, I think it all depends on the action. Was it a deliberate push, or was it just someone? Well, it's a bit of a 50-50 on that one. And Margelidon, I think, did extremely well to get taken off the hook, but he has got a Wazari against him on that one. So they've gone for the more extreme, and now he has to battle his way down. It was a very soft Wazari for me. Uchimata, left his supporting leg a little bit too far forward. Couldn't get that leverage that he was looking for. Needs to give himself a little bit more time in setting it up. Well, I'm a bit confused on this, what's going on, but maybe I've obviously missed something here. Well, that was a little bit loose and a bit dangerous for both athletes, that sort of last exchange. 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. Margelidon with the Shido, but also the Wazari. Senorcha with a Wazari apiece, so it evens this match up. To the relief of the Canadian, as he tries to throw that left hand high now. walks onto the Tomonagi.
In blue for South Korea, Lee Mo-jin.
It's become a very interesting match, and Sonocha really threatening his opponents out here. Left hand on the lapel, right hand on the sleeve. He draws down on both. Sasai attempt there. Margelidon, the Sodi attack works, but he actually did brace on that elbow now. Be interesting to let this at play, but oh, I don't know. It was. See, this is the danger when you maneuver yourself into that sort of technique and you brace on the elbow. There's the chance of the drama queens coming in and just playing on that action and making it look worse than what it really was. As far as I'm concerned, Margelidon had released the pressure, but it's something we can look at a later stage, but I'm sure that the care system had a very good look at that. So we're now into golden score. A Wazari apiece, one Shido. Both athletes to tie their gi up. Canadian bracing down on his opponent. Oh, what a beautiful technique there. A Sasai, but I think it was an overspin. But definitely, if they're giving out a score, it's got to be just one way, and that's the Canadians. Just lost a little bit of control on it, but managed to secure the Wazari for a Wazari Aseti upon in 22 seconds of golden score. Well, Sonocha thought he managed to spin out of it, but it was just enough on the landing to give it to Margelidon. Great win and another good performance from the Canadian, who'll go into the semi-final against Turayev of Uzbekistan. Well, this is somebody that has really been performing today. Barbara Macic defeated Gemma Howell in the first round and just went from strength to strength in this under 70 kilo category. Quarter-final stage now. She also defeated Gahi, the #1 seed, the current world champion. That's definitely got to give her some confidence. But she's up against a tough opponent now from Venezuela. And they're a very small team. My goodness me, what results this Venezuelan team can produce. Well, Rodriguez takes the first Shido. Oh, a nice turnover there. Rodriguez now takes the lead with a Wazari. Coming up to the halfway mark. But we've seen Barbara come back. And come back strong. Rodriguez working on the sleeve grips. Just seems to be one step in front of her Croatian opponent. Matic trying desperately to come past those defenses, finding herself once on the receiving end, and again now with those hips coming through again. And there you have it, a lovely, well, almost a score. She just managed to tip the shot, but has she left herself vulnerable in the Niwaza? Well, they gave it that score. Wazari, the Setiapon, Rodriguez takes the win and a place in the semi-final. Barbara Matic will go into the repechage. And I'll be very surprised if that young lady doesn't pick up a bronze medal and a place on the podium.
In white for Greece, Elisabeth Delsidou. In blue for the Netherlands, Kim Polling.
Well, here we have representing Greece, Delsidou in the white and Polling of the Netherlands in the blue. And now Polling takes the lead with a Wazari.
Tatami 1. In white for the Netherlands, Frank de Wit. In blue for Georgia, Luca Maisurat.
Coming up to the first minute of this quarter-final stage. And Polling working away in the Niwaza, and as you can see, Delsidou really had to work hard to get out of trouble there.
Quarter-final, Frank de Wit. That one leads by Wazari over Luca Maisaradze. Quarter-finals right across the board here now.
Polling picking up the second Shido there, and she's got to be careful. Or is that the first one? Yep, that seems to be the first one she's got, but she's got the Wazari. Still keeps her in the lead, but with 2.5 minutes.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, fantastic. Polling takes herself in the semi-final.
Not the first time that we've seen that kind of devastating finish to a contest by Kim Polling.
Yeah.
Been around for quite a while now. Such a difficult thing to say when you've seen them as juniors and then you reach the stage to say they've been around for a long time, but it has been 10 years that we've been looking at Kim, or watching Kim Polling. Plenty of excitement during that time. Right, coming on to mat number 2 now. Tina Trsteniak of Slovenia faces Caitlin Quadros of Brazil. It's Trsteniak in the white judogi, Quadros in blue, and David still leads by Wazari on mat number 1, albeit that he's still got 2 minutes.
It's a long way to go.
Yeah, there's a long way in that contest to go as yet.
It's quite scary when you get a score like that against such a tough opposition.
In 20 seconds.
It can either sort of crush someone or it could just make them angry. They come back fighting even harder.
So this for a place in the semi-final.
Well, for me, Quadros has been looking very, very sharp. But Tina Trsteniak, she's an experienced fighter. And she battles her way through, doesn't she? Not always looks the most positive, but at the end of the day tends to just sneak it through, doesn't she? Oh, a Judo apiece now. Well, a battle of the grips there, but I think Quadros had the upper hand there. She was able to control better and look a little bit more threatening, but sadly didn't follow through with an attack. Trsteniak attempting the Sodi, trying to drive that arm up and over. Tall order against a very strong Brazilian. And once more, edges her opponent to the side of the contest area.
Maisaradze has just tied things up down on mat number 1, so Wazari apiece now.
Gosh, that's going to be... I wish I was tall enough to look over the monitor to see what's going on. You feel like you're missing out on something. Here, oh, a good attack there from Tina. She really needed to have a bit more confidence in that entry, let things go, and felt a little bit threatened at the final stage of the attack. Works her feet, tries to create an opening as she comes underneath again, Quadros. She's got 2 Shidos against her. She really needs to now pile the pressure on and stay fully engaged in this contest against Quadros, and that's a really tough order. Sodi, oh, she gets the lift. She just doesn't get the finishing touch. Now second Shido goes to Quadros, so this evens it all up. And we're just past the halfway mark, so there's still a lifetime out there. Taitoshi, a sharp reaction there from Trsteniak. But again, she just didn't have the upper body control.
Half a minute left in the contest between David and Maisaradze, still tied up. 1 Wazari apiece. No score between Jabo and Vantka down on mat number 3. That one's gone into golden score. They're 1 minute and 47 already into golden score.
Well, it's one attack each every time, 1 for 1. See an Aggie move again from Tina. She's becoming a little bit predictable there. And she needs to make sure that she's very sharp in her entries and she drives through. Leaves herself loose at any stage. Quadros will capitalize on that and counter her. 1 minute remaining. Toshinyak seems to have a little bit of second wind here. She's pushing hard.
Little
piling the
Koji there
pressure
as
on.
well, with a suggestion of it.
Well, there you go. She piled the pressure on. She put the attacks in. Quadros losing there just at the last stage, last minute of the contest. She just allowed Toshinyak to come in one too many times.
We'll see Quadros again, but it'll be in the repechage contest. Next time we see Timur Trstenyak, it'll be in the first of the semi-finals. Coming up next on mat number 2, Enriqueles Barrios of Venezuela faces Edwige Gwend of Italy. It'll be Barrios in the white judogi, Gwend in blue.
Well, for me, Barrios she's some athlete.
Oy,
The best fighters in this weight category for me.
Maisaradze has just thrown David for a second. Wazari just manages to catch him with a big Maki Komi. And it will be David to go into the repechage. Maisaradze goes to the semi-final.
Tatami 1.
Gwend trying to control one side of her opponent.
In blue for Azerbaijan, Hidiat Hedo.
Working on that right arm, but there's more danger lurking around with Barrios. Oh, and there's the danger. That Kosota beautifully executed once more. Those long legs, that powerful arm that goes across. She throws her whole body into Gwend there, and there was just no stopping it.
That's my neighbour, Enriqueles Barrios.
Well, do you know, good neighbour to have. She is brilliant.
Tatami 2 in white for Azerbaijan.
She's one of the most exciting athletes today in this weight category. I've really got to say that.
Right, we've got a repechage contest coming up soon, so we're going to go down to mat number 1 to have a look at the quarterfinal between Antoine Valois-Fortier of Canada. He's up against Hidayat Hidarov of Azerbaijan. It's Valois-Fortier in the white judogi, Hidarov in blue.
Valois-Fortier picks up the first Shiro. Osotogari from Hedarov. Valois-Fortier, world bronze medalist, up against the world fifth in the world championships, but in the lower weight category for Hedorov. But he has got 4 world medals, 2 of them as junior, one of them being a world junior champion. I've seen him so long on the world circuit that you forget how young he truly is. On the Junior World Championships back in 2017. Such maturity in his judo. But a consistent performer, Vala Fortier. This year, quite an impressive lineup of medals from Montreal, silver, Antalya and Tbilisi bronze medals. And he had an outstanding performance at the World Championships. He was really, really on form there. One of these athletes that you just know is just improving each time, and confidence is starting to ooze, knowing that he's a real contender every time he comes out on the world circuit now.
On tatami 3, in white for Belgium, Dirk van Tichelt. In blue for Turkey, Bilal Siloglu.
Well, with 48 seconds, there's no score. Only one Shido divides these athletes. Based on performance, there's nothing really splitting them apart. This could really go either way. There's been elements of sharpness, technical ability from both athletes. Oh, and there's a lovely finish. That is the Wuzari was looking for. Vala Fortier takes the win, and I cannot see him getting out of that. 20 seconds, I can confidently say. Now as he works his way in Niwaza, and he knows he'll keep busy there, the clock will tick away. Very, very nice. And Vala Fortier will go in to the semi-final.
Orajov has defeated Sendocher on mat number 2. That's in the under 73 kilo category repechage contest. So Orajov goes into the bronze medal contest. Sendocher has to settle for a 7th place finish. Dirk van Tichelt and Bilal Celoglu in the quarter-final in the under 73 kilo category up on mat number 3. Celoglu has just scored on van Tichelt and leads by Wuzari with 2:20 odd left to go. Coming on to mat number 1 now, Vedat Albayrak of Turkey faces Kamlodin Rasulov of Uzbekistan. It's Albayrak in the white judogi, Rasulov in blue. Quarter-final in the under 81 kilo category.
Tatami 3, in white from Slovenia, Pogacnik Anka. And in blue from the Netherlands, Van Dijk Sander.
Did I say Vedat Albayrak? I mentioned one of the Turkish fighters, didn't I?
Yeah.
Just a second ago. Was it Albayrak or
No,
Bilal Ciloglu?
Ciloglu.
Yeah, it was Ciloglu, but did I say Ciloglu? I think I said Vedat Albayrak. Oh, no, it was because he's on mat one, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure you said
that was close,
Ciloglu.
yeah. I hope so. Losing it. Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands has just thrown.
Tatami 3. In white from
Who was it that
Great
she
Britain,
just
Sally
threw? And then
Coleman.
Anka Pogacnik
Blue for Austria,
of Slovenia for Ip on down on mat number 3. No score between Albayrak and Rasulov. Now Albayrak scores on Rasulov. He leads by Wazari with 1:20 left to go. Who was it that defeated Matic then? She was Elvis Mar Rodriguez. That's right, yeah. She's going great gun. She's in the semi-final.
In the final for Canada, Arthur Marchand-Livon. On Tatami 2, in white for Croatia, Barbara Matic. In blue for Greece, Elizabeth Telsiu.
Well, the quarterfinal stage of the 81 kilos, you've got Albayrak from Turkey, Rasulov of Uzbekistan, and Albayrak on great form here today, leads with a Wazari. And only 35 seconds remaining. Rasulov desperately trying to get past the defences of Albayrak. Now picks up his second Shido. You always get a little bit nervous because there's still plenty of time to pick up the third one, so he could throw this all away. But nicely executed, over the top he goes. Great counter. Albayrak goes into the semi-finals.
Tatami 3, in white for Mexico, Grecia Ailiti Alcaraz. In blue for the People's Republic of China, Yang Yung Chia. On Tatami 1, in white for Germany, Dominic Hessel. In blue for South Korea, Lee Moon-jin.
So now we have Dominic Ressel for the next quarter-final stage, representing Germany in white, and you've got Lee of Korea, Moon-jin Lee in blue, Dominic Ressel in the white. finish there, Lee scoring upon against Dominic Ressel. Well, that is a good result for the Korean. Takes him into the semi-final against El Barak.
We will have a break on tatami 1.
And Ressel, he'll go down into the repechage up against Rasulov in that repechage first match. Well, in this repechage match, the first of the repechage, Telsidou leads with a Wazari, and we're just now into the last minute of this contest. Matic coming, really driving forward, trying to come back. Telsidou with two Shidos on the board. Got to be very careful here not to throw this one away. This would be a great performance. Well, you just wish that coaches at times would just go straight away, because it is distracting, not only for viewers, but it's very distracting for the athlete themselves, because they can sense something's going on, and instead of focusing on the performance and their own match in hand, they're thinking about what the coach is doing and what they're saying at that time. It really is distracting. It's such a crucial time as well. 20 seconds to go. Telsidou really has to stay very focused and engaged in this contest. Otherwise, you could just throw this all away. Matic, oh, what a throw there. Scoring a Wazari evens this all up. And straight into Osakomi. Well, do you know what? Part of me feels that was the coach's fault. And it really was a very distracting moment for Telsidou. When the coach got thrown out of the arena, it took him so long to do so that it totally distracted, I feel, the opponent, his own player. And with only seconds remaining, she loses out on a medal chance. But great win there for Barbara Matic, who came back, dug in deep, and took full advantage of that.
In blue for the Netherlands, Kim Polling. On tatami 3, in white for Cuba, Melin del Toro Carvajal. In blue for Italy, Maria Centracchio.
Now we have the semi-final match. First one up, and that's with Rodriguez representing Venezuela in the white and Kim Polin representing the Netherlands in the blue.
On tatami 1, in white for the Netherlands, Frank de Wit. In blue for Azerbaijan, Hidyat Redov.
Robin was looking for you. Well, you have Kim Polin takes the win.
The winner on tatami 2 and in the final for women under 70 kilograms for the Netherlands.
And a place in the final there. Now we come to the repechage, the under-63s Quadros representing Brazil in the white, Gwend representing Italy in blue.
Looks as though they've cut part of Orlando Cruz's body off, doesn't it? You know, sort of midget there. Just got the top part. Frank de Wit is on mat number 1 again, this time against Hidyat Hidarov. Edwidja Gwend and Caitlin Quadros in the repechage contest there on mat number 2. But down on mat number 3, we've got Maylin del Toro Cavallal of Cuba. She's up against Maria Centracchio of Italy. That's a quarter-final. We better go down there and have a look at that one. It's del Toro Cavallal in the white judogi, Centracchio in blue. We join the contest with a little under half the contest still to come. Centracchio has picked up a single penalty. And just as I say that, she picks up a second. Del Toro Cavallal is the fighter with 1 penalty now.
Yeah, the Cuban is looking very strong. There's no doubt about it. She's having a good day here. She's got such a height advantage as well, and that wiriness in her judo. The flexibility to be able to change direction when required makes her very unpredictable.
tatami 1. In white for Uzbekistan, Khamuluddin Razulov.
David has won his contest down on mat number 1. He'll be in the bronze medal contest. He'll be happy about that. At least, you know, it's what I call a save if he can be on the podium, having begun the day as the number 1 seed. No score yet between Quadros and Gwend, and down on mat number 1, Rasulov and Wrestle about to, well, wrestle.
You always, because you say his name, you always want to repeat the word, really.
Del Toro Caballal and Centrachio are now in golden score.
Oh, well, this has been an absolute battle between these both athletes. A tough one to call, but Centrachio starting to feel a little bit of the pressure now. As you can see, that right hand being thrown over the top by the Cuban. And it really is at the stage now who can pile on the pressure. Once more, the Cuban with the first exchange. Comes in deep with an attack.
Yeah, she wasn't going to catch her with that.
No,
you know,
she just really stepped it up a gear, didn't she?
You know, she tried to drag the makikomi, beginning with the hand,
Yeah.
or just the sleeve. That was way, way, way too far away. And by the time she pulled Del Toro Caballal anywhere near to the part of the body where she could start working from, Del Toro Caballal knew what was happening. She knew how to counter it, and she just dragged Centrachio down to the tatami.
There was too
poor
much
end
of a
for her
big
there.
message out there, wasn't there?
Well, it's not the end of Centrachio. She goes into the repechage contest, but Del Toro Caballal goes to the semi-final. We're going to jump back to mat number 2 now to pick up the semi-final in the under 63 kilo category between Tina Trsteniak of Slovenia. She faces Enriqueles Barrios of Venezuela. It's Trsteniak in the white judogi, Barrios in blue. This would be a massive scalp for Barrios and a huge upset if Trsteniak was to lose here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But, you know, for me, Barrios, what a performance she has given here today.
You said earlier on, yeah.
She has been looking so good throughout, really so good. Trsteniak has had her battles along the way to this semi-final. It's not been an easy journey. But she displays the gold patch on the back of her gi, which is more or less saying a class act, really. She's a... You can't write her off. She has so much experience over Barrios. But this Venezuelan is so, so strong.
I have to go there soon.
Yeah. Well, Venezuelan picking up the first Judo. I don't think she'll be too bothered with that. She's got things on her mind, like how to throw Tershiniak. But Tershiniak is playing a very tactical match here. She's doing extremely well, just putting in enough attacks to keep the pressure on the Venezuelan, who's already picked up a Judo for passivity. Comes in with that technique there, though. Those long legs causing a few problems, but Tershiniak once more just pipping her to the post. That first Seanagi, not always the most attractive style of judo, but it's effective against someone who's a real threat out here in this semi-final. Oh, what a finish there. Tina Tershiniak shows the Seanagi. She just kept on there. We were getting a little bit fed up of seeing the Seanagi and just changed tactics, switching it from the front to the rear. The Kosotiga, wonderful finish.
In the final,
Class act.
Tina Tershiniak. Well, that wraps up all the judo on mat number 2. We've got a few contests left on mats 1 and 3. Let's go to mat number 1. We're going to see the bow from Kamlodin Rasulov of Uzbekistan as he finishes his contact with Dominic Ressel. Coming up next, the semi-final in the under 81 kilo category, Luka Maisoradze of Georgia. He goes up against Antoine Valois-Fortier of Canada. It's Maisoradze in the white judogi, Valois-Fortier in blue. Or to their respective parts. There's definitely something, anyway, I can't say on here. Doesn't quite come up with the full hip on, but
oh, crikey!
No, 48 was airborne, and they are going to give hip on. You're right,
was such
Loretta.
A finish. Valois-Fortier just walks straight onto that.
The winner, and in the final for men under 81 kilograms for Georgia, Luka Maisoradze.
Luka Maisoradze of Georgia. seeing off the challenge of Antoine Valois-Fortier. Valois-Fortier goes to the bronze medal contest, and we come now to the second of the semi-finals in the under 81 kilo category. Vedat Albayrak of Turkey goes up against Lee Moon-jin of the Republic of Korea. It'll be Albayrak in the white judogi, Lee in blue. Look at that.
Sinagi, the Korean.
11 seconds.
Well, do you know, he did that in the earlier round against Wrestle. He spanked him in that semi-final.
He's done it here.
Quarter-final stage. And now, in the semi-final, does exactly the same. Albayrak. What a thrower.
Not sure if we're going to get to see that at home.
Oh, Craig, that was...
Replay at home. They may show it on the big screen in the venue, I don't know, but...
It was superb.
I don't think so. All right, we're going to go to mat number 3 because it's the only place we've got judo left. Igor Vantka of Germany is involved in a semi-final with Bilal Çiloglu of Turkey. It's Vantka in the white judogi, Çiloglu in blue. We join the contest with a minute gone, and just as Çiloglu catches Igor Vantka with that seoinage. Just through the German for Ippon. Igor Vantka goes to the bronze medal contest, but Çiloglu is into the final. Coming up next, we've still got a few contests in the under 70 and the under 63 kilo categories. We can go to have a look at Anka Pogacnik of Slovenia. Actually, we don't have to go anywhere because they're on this mat. Anka Pogacnik of Slovenia. She faces Sally Conway of Great Britain. It's Pogacnik in the white judogi, Conway in blue. I feel a little bit sorry for Pogacnik. She hasn't had that long of a break between this contest and her last. She got thrown for Ippon in the last contest. And she goes again here, Wazari. Good counter there from Conway. Managed to block that effort from Pogacnik and then brought the Slovenian down onto her side quite heavily. So it leads by Wazari now with plenty of time left to go. Chance for the turnover, would work on the arm from there.
And this is where Sally Conway is very strong as an innate
with the leg.
Waza. You sort of feel if she went for the furthest leg away
like
to
we
drive
say,
across.
Yeah. That's the one that...
The one closest is easier to bend
Yeah.
and easier to defend, where if you go for the furthest leg apart, you can then stretch the leg straight and then wrap it across your own body. It's harder to reach, but it's more effective.
Especially for us little ones.
Yes, especially for us little ones.
But it's the one with the leverage, you know, you get that going and then they go over, and then you can see whether or not you can affect the Jujigatami. But anyway, didn't happen. And it's Pogacnik who comes back to catch Conway. Can you believe it?
Well, she'll have to dig in deep there and make this knee waza very effective indeed. She's working her way through there. What's more important, she's got the upper body nicely tied up, and there you have it. And
out.
Well, she'll be kicking herself on that one because she had that one all sewn up. And it's not very often you see Conway not securing a hold down from that position. And it really did count. Cross grip. Conway comes round the back. Ognick defending there just at the edge of the contest area, looking uncomfortable. But that cross grip, she needs to do something. She has to keep letting it go before she can settle in and follow through with an attack. Leaves herself a very nice counter. Draws her down into the Niwaza. Now follows it
Much
through
better
for the
chance.
Jujikatami. Now, this is where she's very strong, as the legs tidied up, the knees a little bit closer. It was the legs again that was just so untidy.
Unusual
It was
for Sally Conway.
very unusual because she's so strong and so sharp in her Niwaza. And
Yeah, and when we talk about an error like that, it's a surprise for us when Sally doesn't finish off that way, because
yes,
there may be players coming up who aren't quite as sharp and don't know how to execute that. I wouldn't dream about
Well,
telling
yeah.
Sally Conway how to execute a roll and a Jujikatami, how to finish it off,
No,
because she's aware of that. So it's a little bit of a surprise for us when we see that it doesn't happen.
sometimes it's a little bit of pressure. She wants to get the quick fix. but
Rushed.
in
Rushed.
rushing
Yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly.
And there's
exactly.
no way you can rush your Niwaza. You have to take your time, and as long as it's engaging, the referee will keep it going. He can see the dangers, so there's no reason to rush it. I'm surprised. There's two very good opportunities that Conway has missed out there against the Slovenian.
Bit by bit, take your time, make sure you go through all the phases correctly, because you miss one, the others don't join up.
Yes. It's the small detail. Well, we're now into the golden score. It's a Wazari apiece and a Shido each. And Gognick looking strong out there against Conway. Conway's had a few more opportunities than her opponent. She had that lead that was comfortable, piling pressure with the Wazari first, allowed that to come back. She also had that control a couple of times in Niwaza, and again, let that all go. A little bit loose there, and coming round the back. Needs to tie that up and secure it a little bit deeper. Gognick looking strong out there. She's got that left hand inside. Conway comes deep over the back there, draws her opponent in. And this is a little bit better, but as you can see, the arm is around the back, the left hand controlling and keeping Conway out. So there's the second Shido, though, for the Slovenian, because it was a negative action. Conway once more trying to get deep over the top there. Becoming a little bit predictable, and she's got to be careful there, because Slovenians are good at just waiting, biding their time and hitting at that right moment. It might mean they cost them a Shido for passivity, but there's a bigger picture that they're looking for. And Conway doesn't want to be getting caught into that trap. Now, here's an opportunity there for Conway to dig in. Surprised that she's not gone for that. Well, now once more, the advantage goes to Conway, and this is where we've seen this position before. Has she tidied up the legs? Well, she's now looking for the osakomi, so you can see the head being tied up this time. Very, very strong indeed, and she's now going to work that leg out. Makakomi. A little bit loose there. Too much of a warning for Sally. She manages to brace against that and now again try and work her niwaza. Well, we're coming up to nearly 3 minutes now in golden score. Or at least we can say that the condition of both these athletes is very, very good to be able to maintain this level of fight throughout 7 minutes of a battle. The Makakomi once more. That's the second time we've seen another 2 strong attacks, though, over Conway. Again now, Conway working. She has got that arm, but the positioning of the legs was most probably not in a second Shido. Well, 2 Makakomis. 2 Shidos apiece, 2 Awazari each. 7.5 minutes later, and we're still no closer of someone getting into that bronze medal contest.
Oh.
Slovenian comes
She's
again.
in a good position there.
She was in deeper that time. Well, finally, after 4.5 minutes of a battle between these 2 athletes, Conway gets the score she was looking for and a place in the bronze medal contest.
On tatami 3, the semi-final for women under 70 kilograms. In the white judogi for the Netherlands, Sanne van Dijk. In the blue judogi for Austria, Michaela Polleris.
Right, we're on the way with the semi-final between Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands and Michaela Polleris of Austria. It's van Dijk in the white judogi, Polleris in blue. Semi-final in the under 70 kilo category.
There's a possibility of this being an all-Dutch final. Polling already in the semi-final. Already in the final, I should say. Sanne van Dijk getting the Wazari. And a Wazari is set upon to take her into the final against teammate Kim Polling.
In the final for the Netherlands, Sanne van Dijk. And now on tatami 3, in white for the People's Republic of China, Yang Yun Chia. And in blue for Italy.
Right, coming up next, the repechage contest in the under 63 kilo category. Yang Junxia of China goes up against Maria Centracchio of Italy. It's Yang in the white judogi, Centracchio in blue.
Well,
nice Osai Komi.
Yang
Yeah.
holding her well there. Doesn't look like she's going to be able to get out of that.
Centracchio, just a single slip, and
Yep.
Yang wasn't going to make the shoulder. He's giving Centracchio some problems. Yang wasn't going to ease up, was she?
No.
Yang Junxia. Just want to check something here.
And now the semi-final for women under 63 kilograms. In white for Mexico, Isca Aditi Alcaraz. In blue for Cuba, Maylin del Toro Carvajal.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting match.
She's my friend. Sorry, I had to say that, like Felix. Right,
Well, this
Prisca
is very
Awiti
interesting.
Alcaraz of
Yeah.
Mexico faces Maylin del Toro Carvajal of Cuba. It's Awiti Alcaraz in the white judogi, del Toro Carvajal in blue. That's a nice, strong attack from Awiti Alcaraz. Doesn't quite come up with the score. She would have liked to have a little bit longer on the ground there.
What a day she's had. Great performance. She's defeated some strong opposition here today.
I'd have left it to see if she could have engaged her on the ground again. She wanted to be involved in the ground. Del Toro Carvajal wanted out of there. I don't think it was over.
No, I
left
didn't
that a
think
little
so.
bit longer.
I think the transition was very sharp
Yeah.
as well, and she went straight in for the attack. And they were quick to respond there, weren't they?
Yeah.
Very unusual. The referees are normally very good in giving time. So it's one of... Well, Del Toro Carvajal takes the first Shido. Awiti Alcaraz putting a lot of pressure on her Cuban opponent. Now finds that high over-the-top grip, that right hand digging in very deep. Awiti taking a Shido now for the defensive action.
Last contest of the prelims. Able to wrap it up after this. And then, unlike yesterday when we raced off, only because we didn't have the same kind of broadcast setup, slightly different today. We can give you a rundown of the final block position, and I'll just go through that. We won't do it to camera because we don't have one, but we'll just give you a verbal rundown, and I'll do it from the laptop because Loretta can keep her beautifully prepared sheets. Jean Shin let us down a little bit last week in Morocco, if truth be told. He's a good guy, but he doesn't keep the paperwork up to scratch.
He'll be listening in on that.
I don't think he'll be asleep now, won't he? But, you know, that there are some people who really like to fill out the competition sheets and do a good job in that respect. Loretta is one of them. And I try to help them along by complimenting them so they keep doing it.
I like the way you say compliment, but definitely not helping. Well, Awiti, for me, has had an exceptional day today, and she's doing so well in this semi-final. But she is under a little pressure with that right hand that keeps coming over the top. She needs to deal with that. She's not working well enough in being able to control that right hand that comes deep over the top, drawing her down. But here she's got an opportunity. And
should have left that one. There was a lot of pressure there with the arm around the collar. She pressured her, you know, looking to go left-sided, and Del Toro Cavial was a little bit defensive. Maybe she expected a stab there and was waiting because she's quite strong. But just to keep that dominant grip, I think for a little while would have been good. Not least of all because the attempted Yoko Sutemi wasn't that
it wasn't
great.
a strong one, and it was a wasted opportunity, really. Having such a strong grip and controlling, she could have done, if she just waited just a little bit more. Oh, no, sadly.
Well, that time she did wait too long.
Waited too long, got her legs all sort of knotted up there, and couldn't get out.
Stolen it from her now.
Yeah, with 21 seconds remaining, it's going to be difficult now, but she's going to give her a good try. One thing she has got, Awiti, is a big heart, determination, and she'll dig in right to the end.
Got to go now. Had a look at the clock.
She knows how long she's got, and against... You always feel if she wasn't able to do it in the 4 minutes, then it's unlikely she's going to be able to do anything in the last 20 seconds.
Semi-final. Can you believe it? Grand Slam semi-final.
Amazing. She's still got a chance of
it's not over and done with yet.
For women on 63 kilograms for Cuba, Maylin Del Toro Carvajal. We will start with the final.
Right, well, what we're going to do is to take a look at the men's lineup first, and we'll do the women's lineup last of all, given that that's the way that the competition has ended up. In the first of the bronze medal contest, Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan will go up against Igor Vantka of Germany, and it'll be Dirk van Tichelt of Belgium to go up against Kikmatilog Turayev of Uzbekistan. The final features Artem Margelidon of Canada. He'll go up against Bilal Çalhanoğlu of Turkey. In the under 81 kilo category, the first of the bronze medal matches will be Frank de Wit of the Netherlands to go up against Vedat Albayrak of Turkey. The second of the bronze medal contest will be Dominic Ressel of Germany to face Antoine Valois-Fortier of Canada. I think you got most of these, Loretta?
Yes.
And the final, Luka Maisoradze of Georgia to go up against Lee Moon-jin of the Republic of Korea. Right, let's take a look at the under 63 kilo category. Loretta, have you got those over there? The first of... Oh, no, that hasn't been done yet. I'll do the under 70 kilo category, and then we'll come back to the 63s, unless you've
we've got the first repechage bronze medal match is against Quadros and Awiti.
Okay, and in the...
And then Yang and Barrios in the second bronze medal match. And then in the final, we've got Tina Tersheniak from Slovenia and Del Toro Cavial.
Okay, and then just the under 70 kilo category to finish off with Barbara Matic of Croatia, who started off so well today. She's still around. She'll face Michaela Polaris of Austria in the first of the bronze medal contests. The second one will feature Sally Conway of Great Britain and Elvis Mar Rodriguez of Venezuela. The final is Kim Polling of the Netherlands. She'll go up against Sanne van Dijken of the Netherlands. Whoa!
The Netherlands will gain a gold medal. That's what we do know.
I'm looking forward to that.
That's going to be a really interesting final.
Loretta Cusat-Doyle and myself will be back in 2 hours and 15 minutes. We look forward to your company then, but for the time being, from all of the broadcast team here, Loretta Cusat-Doyle and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.